in the right audio is in the right ear? You can't hear the left side. Yeah, that's because I'm on my Carolyn arc. Okay, it's right only for me. Right is right and left is evil. What the hell? Why is that not showing up in we're making audio great again, everybody. The music was in both, but your voice is only on the right. What the fuck? I don't understand how things changed, and I didn't do anything. I just moved all my stuff. Okay, what if I do... What if... Okay. Do I have to... What if I do it like this? Does that fix it at all? No? Does that change anything? No. Okay. That's not how it works. Yeah. Well, sometimes I make things up and then see if it works. Wait, is Hassan here? Hold on. Where is he? Where? Set the audio to mono output in OBS. Okay. Hold on. Let me try that. Okay, mono output. Where is that? Where is mono output? I think it's capturing your mic in stereo instead of mono. You should be able to check it in advanced audio. Okay, let's go to advanced. Let's go to advanced audio. Okay. Click the gears under your audio. Click the gears under audio. Okay. All right. So what do we want it to be at? We want it to be click the down mix to mono. What the fuck does that even mean? Okay, so it says microphone 0.2 decibels. Okay, wait, is that better? Is that good? Yes? Okay. All right. Okay, that is good. We did it. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for the help. Okay, now what other problems do we have? Apolitical audio. That's right. That's right. We're doing centrist audio, okay? Left and right. Left and right, everybody. You know what? Actually, I am on my centrist arc. Forget about everything else. My takes are, my opinions are, I just think that both are right. Why can't we just all get along, I am very smart and I have the best opinions. Okay, all right. That is fixed. Now, the other thing that's fucked up is why is my music not playing through? My music is not playing through music. Let me try something. It's playing through straight broadcast StreamX, which means that I can't turn it down my own ear if I want it to. Hold on, let me rethink all my resubs. Sysax, thank you for the 9 months. Zarya, thank you for the prime. Flangen Flag, thank you for the 2 months. Jacob, thank you for the 28. Zep, thank you for the 11. Oh, fuck. Why is this scrolling so fast? Oh. Least material, thank you for the 12 months. Madeline, thank you for the 19 months. Hogan, thank you for the gifted goosies. Thank you for the 60 months. Zor, thank you for the 21 months. Okay, why is that scrolling like X? I gotta fix that thing. Like, why did things change? I don't know. I have no idea. Mandy, thank you for the 12 months. Okie dokie. La Erdita, thank you for the 12. Congrats on your first stream. Yes, it's very exciting. So just so you guys know, this will probably mostly be like a test stream because we have spent like 4 days fucking with, or the internet's been fucking with us. So we've spent 4 days just like fixing things, and then they like will break again, and then we fix them again, and then it breaks, and all these crazy things have happened. So I'm kind of just testing this to see, how does this work? I don't know. Was this the first time you turned off the computer in months or something? Okay, technically I put the computer to sleep a lot. A full turn off? Yeah, no, I haven't done that in a minute. Is there going to be a decorating stream? At some point. Yeah. At some point. But it's very exciting because you guys, I have my own room. This echo is really driving me nuts right now because there's hardly anything in the room. So I can hear it. And let me tell you, I do not like hearing myself. Hogan, thank you for another gifted sub. Cool Libra, thank you for the prime. Sam Stacy, thank you for 22 months. James Lee, thank you for the 7 months. Okay, you guys, I did like the most boomer thing ever. No, I know you guys can't hear it. I can hear it though. So at least you can't hear it, but it's driving me nuts. P.O. box is not, no, that P.O. box was already a nuisance. So if you don't send anything to the P.O. box for the foreseeable future. I meant to tell everybody that. So I went and got stuff like a week or so ago, but don't send anything there for right now. Wheat Potato, thank you for the 23 months. Kids Store, thank you for the 17. White Grizzly, thank you for the 18 months. What was I going to say? Yes. So at some point we'll do we can do a decorating stream. What else? Heather, thank you for the 9 months. I did finally shower. Yes, I did. I did shower. Did you move away from LA? I am not going to reveal any details, but we did move to French Polynesia. It's been amazing. Really been loving French Polynesia. It's, yeah, oui. May we? Yeah, it's giving White Lotus. It is. What time is it there? They're actually, where we are, time doesn't exist. So there is no such thing as time. It's just no time, no time is the time. It is a concept. Yeah. What's the most boomer thing you did? Oh, yes. So I was fixing some things on my computer. You should see the size that I made my pointer for my mouse. I made it bright green and I made it super big, and I fixed the font on my computer so that it's bigger. It's like, when you look over at your parents' phone and the font, their texting font is massive, and you're like, wow, could it be any bigger? And they're like, yeah, actually, if you can make it bigger, I'd love if you could do that. Where like you could see their phone, you can read their texts from a mile away. Because that's how big it is. Oh, Sam, a big mouse pointer. Yeah, so I changed that. Just little things where I'm like, we got a new setup. Well, not a new setup. Same setup, but new room, New room. Maybe Farley will come in here. Farley! Oh, you're right here. Oh my God. You just hit your head so hard. You just hit your head so hard on the microphone. Wait, I didn't even realize you were there. You were sitting there the whole time. Were you waiting for your moment? Why did you hit your head so far? I think he was just waiting for his moment. Baby Farley, say hi. Say hi to everybody. Hi. Do you remember when you got so scared when your dad ripped ass and you thought that it was an intruder breaking into our place? So you started barking and wouldn't stop barking. Yeah, you've been doing a real good job. Crazy hair Farley's the best Farley. I know Will likes him really scruffy. He is so overdue for a haircut. You can't even see his eyeballs unless I move his hair up. Hi. Oh yeah. Oh, that's a good boy. That's a good boy. How's he adjusting to the new place? How are you adjusting to the new place? What do you think? What's going on? How is it? Are you happy? You happy? Yeah? Are you happy here? I think he's happy. Yeah, he has a little patch of grass, so it's not a weed patch, but he is enjoying it. You like your grass. No, he doesn't have any weeds. But he does have some grass, which is very exciting. Now that you have your own room, Farley needs his own chair. I know. I gotta get an extra chair, and I have to get it. You know what I need? I need a car seat that I can put him in, and then he can't leave, and then he can't go. I know. You've been good. You've been doing good TTs and poo poo outside. Nothing in the house, which is good. Yeah. You're readjusting. I know. We need a sofa or a couch. I know. I'm gonna make this the coziest place for Farls to hang out in. He looks like he's been through. He hasn't been through shit. You haven't had to do shit. You've just been getting lots of treats and walks. I need to see it. Wait, what do you need to see? Can you send me a pic of the big green cursor? No. No, you don't get it. No. I'm not going to send it to you. The people need the emote. Okay, fine. This is going to take me a second, though. Okay, you can get done. Prim, thank you for the 13 months. Okay, so wait, but how do I screenshot? Wait, oh no, I can. Okay. Da 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 ba da ba 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 da da da. All right. Oops. And I just started playing a video. Okay, screenshot. No, I can't. Oh, wait. No, I got to take a picture. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. I was like, I just tried to screenshot it. Okay. I am texting this to you. See if this goes through. Okay. Bison, thank you for the 15 months. So, how's everybody doing? How are we doing? Yes, we are in the new place. It's very exciting. I am still getting stuff set up. We got a lot of work to do. Still got Ashley, no. 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 Oh my God. Okay. Hold on. What is happening here? What is going on here? No, I clicked on it. I'm not, no. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Literally. It is the dumbest thing. Caroline hates chat. You guys want to see something really stupid? That's what you want? Okay, this is your last TikTok. This is the last one that you get. What? What is this? No! This is bad! This is bad. That is... What is this? What is that? That is not high art, really. No, you guys... No. Cinema? No. You don't have TikTok, you wouldn't understand. You know what? Good. I'm glad that I would never understand. Okay? Everyone doing this. No. You guys are lying. You guys... The art of the proletariat. You guys are lying. No. No, I don't understand it. No, I'm not. No. Nope. Can we make that the new subler? No, absolutely not. Okay, now it's like this cursor is so big, it's distracting me. I made it big, which is great because I wanted to be able to see it. But now it's like distracting. No, I don't get it. It's like the metal pipe. I don't understand that. I don't. I don't get it. No. You need to start doing TikToks. No, I can't. I can't. But you know who's on TikTok? Casey Anthony. Sam and I talked about it on the podcast, but everyone except for me is doing TikTok. Seriously. Like Casey fucking Anthony is doing TikTok, talking about how she's going to continue her legal activism, advocacy. Insane. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that we would live in a world one day where everyone, no matter who the fuck you are, right, is a content creator. Everyone's on the TikTok. Everyone is making the talks, the TikToks. Thought you were about to say she was going to continue doing something completely different. Yeah, no, I thought her choice of words was really interesting, being like, I'm going to continue being an advocate. I was like, I didn't know that that's a thing that you were doing. This, wow, that is, thank you so much. Thank you for my cursor emote. You had to make it smaller. You had to make it smaller. It was that big. Duke Ranger Mac, thank you for the 18 months. Is this true as our resident Oscar expert? Is this about the sex workers? Oh, yeah. Hold on a sec. Preston, thank you for the 9 months. Hog Trucker, thank you for the 9 months as well. Okay, yeah, this is a whole thing. Wait, I can't see. Why is that not showing up? Sequan cursor. Why? Yeah. So if you want to listen to Sam and I talk about Casey Anthony being on TikTok, go ahead and check out the latest podcast episode. If you don't know that I have a podcast now, you know, and it is linked up at the top there. Gotta reload the channel emotes. Okay. Congrats on your house. Do you feel like a pro streamer now that you have a stream room? Yeah, I do. I do feel like I finally am a professional streamer, you know? Um it it's weird not to have my bed in the background and to be in my own room. Hello. Hello. Yellow. I do need to fix that though. I got to put some stuff up in here. So we got to start decorating. I got to get a neon sign. What are other things that people have in their stream rooms? Stuffed animals. I got to get Carol and put her in here. Shirtless Will. Yeah, we got to get some appearances back from Shirtless Will. Poacher hunting cougars. Thank you for the 200 bits. We literally have the same cursor set up. I'm being for real. Yeah, you know, it was time. It was time to make it bigger. New things are happening, y'all. New things are happening. The shortest Oscars speech? Is that Flo? Oh, that's Flo. Diane Warren. Yeah, I think Adrian Brody should have taken a page out of little Flo's book. Wish Adrian Brody had that same speech. Yeah, you know, I actually wish that he had gone longer. I wish Adrian Brody had spoken for even longer than he did. I was feeling it. We need the Nick Cage cutout. Yeah, the Nick Cage cutout is at my so there's some things that we didn't move yet that we have to move. So basically, let's see, I haven't been live since Monday. Yeah, so it has just been it's been a lot. Moving is a lot, as anybody knows who has ever moved. And it's always more than you think it's going to be. You prepare yourself for it to be a lot, and then things go massively wrong, especially as streamers, where the most important thing is our internet. Right? If we don't have solid internet that can handle the capacity of streaming, then nothing else matters. So that was a major issue the last couple days. And then issues with water and gas. And even when we had things taken care of, there were problems and just so many problems. Like, we would get something done and check it off the list, and then there would be some issue with it. So we'd have to like go back and try to fix it again. So glad you have your own space now. Me too, nonstop Otterpop, and thank you for the 29 months. Is it fiber? Yes, it's fiber. So, okay. The Wi-Fi is very fast. It's great. But for some reason, Will was having issues. So he had to go live 2 nights ago to do his Mickey 17 sponsored stream. And he was having issues even though the internet speed, he did an internet speed test and it was pretty good. Like, it was actually really good. And we couldn't figure out what was happening, why like it kept blipping. And so when you're streaming, that is the equivalent of an F, right? And we all know that chat handles Fs very well. Nobody is in chat being like, oh my God, F, 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 F. Like, if it happens for even one moment, everyone's very chill. Nobody gets crazy. Yeah, it doesn't, the streamers don't lose their minds. It's all, yeah, it's all easy peasy. So no, we had someone come here and has been working with us for the last couple days trying to like hardwire everything, blah, 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 blah. I don't know. All this crap that I really don't understand. But I think we got it. I think we got it. There may still be issues on Will's stream setup. We don't know. We do not know. But yeah, this was like one of the draws was that we were going to have fiber internet because we've just had so many issues with Spectrum at our old place. So I don't know. I was like, oh my God, we can't go through this again. We just have to move to Japan. Honestly, we got to move to Japan for the internet connection. Issues with Spectrum? No way. I know. Shocking. Very, very shocking. Who would have thought? So how's the new place? Honestly, I've like barely sat down. I've just been working on stuff, you know, moving stuff in. I pulled so many muscles when I was moving. I have never felt so old and out of shape. Gym arc we're getting back on it. We are so back on the gym arc. I know this is like the 10th time I've said this in a year, but I am getting back because how my body felt after moving on Tuesday was not good. Really not good. Do you feel like a new woman now that you finally had a shower? I did. So it took a couple days. So at first we didn't have hot water, but we had cold water. But I was like, oh, I'll just wait for the hot water. And then we had no water. And that's when I was outside at like 3 a.m. trying to Google what does the water heater look like? What is a water valve? You know, nothing like trying to Google shit at 3 a.m. because you don't have water. And you're like, yeah. What is water? What is water? To be or not to be? How water? Or just water? Why? Why is water? Why? Who is water? Is water wet? Is water wet? It's a good question. I should have asked Google that. Andrew Dahl, thank you for the 4 months. Hogan, thank you for another gifted sub. Aqua Aurora, thank you for the 5. Champagne Mango, thank you for the 12 months. Graham, thank you for the 21 months. Lexattack, thank you for the 19 months. Don't y'all collect water from the river? Oh, because we are in French Polynesia. Yes, and the water it's dazzling. You can just bathe in it. Is water wet or does it make things wet? That is the question, you know? That's what everybody wants to know. What's it like living near Bora Bora? Yeah, I mean, it's pretty fucking hell. It is. I can't wait to explore. Very excited to do that. Woohoo. Oh my God. You know what? Keep it to always having stuff in my eyes, honestly. It's like if there's a thing, then it just gravitates towards my eyeball. Okay. That was a hair in my eye. So yeah. Okay. We're getting set up here. I'm sorry that this is probably not going to be a super duper long stream. Also, Will's parents are in town. It's really bad timing, but his parents are in town. And I told this story in the Discord yesterday. But when we were in Japan, Will's parents were in town again. I don't know why they're always in town at the worst times. So his parents were in town and they wanted to go drive and see the new place that we were looking at, even though we technically hadn't gotten it yet. So what they did was a B&E, a breaking and entering, and the security company because this guy who lived here before us is like very into security things. So he had all these cameras set up, and the cameras registered an old lady. Okay, Will's mom is almost 80, hopping this fence to get into the back of the house, and then opening the door to let in Will's father, who has a walker because he's like 95 years old. And so all of this is on the cameras. And so the security company had pinged the guy who lived here before us and was like, hey, so there's two old people who are breaking into your place. And they were all kind of laughing because they were like, who are these people? And then they were like, you know what? If they can manage to get anything, then let them just have it. Like, they're so old. This guy's got a walker. So whatever they can manage to take, like, yeah, they've earned it. Honestly impressive. So yeah, Will's mom hops the fence, opens the door. Here comes Will's dad on his walker. And then the way she described it later, she's like, well, the door to the house, she's like, the door to the house was open, so I assumed it was fine. I was like, yeah, okay, but Julie, you do understand that the first part of this story where you hop the fence, that's the part that you probably shouldn't have done. It's not a matter of like, oh, the door to the house was open. It's that you hopped the fence and then went into the house because the door happened to be open. But that's like, Will's mom grew up on a farm. She just very much so is that type of person where it's like, the door was open, so you just get in, you know? Well, yeah, you got to hop a fence, but that's what you got to do. That's just how you enter a house. Yeah, I joked. I was like, Bonnie and Clyde came out of retirement. They came out of retirement for one last job, one final heist. We need the footage. I know. I don't know if I could get my hands on that, but I would love to see it. The question is, why did Will's mom have to hop over the fence? Because no one was there. And I think she really wanted to see the place. Apolitical chatter here. I like to sit on the fence. Oh yeah, me too. I think they really wanted to see it. So they just went. They were like, let's just, drive and go see it, and then decided to try and get into the house so they could take a look at it. I don't know. I don't know why it happened, but it did. I can't hop a fence and I'm 46. Yeah, it wasn't terribly high. I don't want to take away, I don't want to take away like Julie's fence hopping cred. But in case someone's imagining, a barbed wire, maximum security type fence, it wasn't one of those. Still very impressive though, but also I think if you have to like hop over anything, you probably shouldn't. What do I know though? Eric's, thank you for the gifted sub. Old people don't know that old people don't give a fuck. And I gotta say too, when I get to be an old person, I'll probably not give a fuck either. One of my favorite bits is oh my God, birthdays. What is Patton Oswalt? Okay, no, that's not what I want. This is, where is it? You are only allowed 20 birthdays.
This year, 37 years old, man. That's not a fucking birthday. Shame on you for applauding that. That's not a birthday. People are like, what did you do for 37th birthday? Nothing.
I love this bit so much.
That's not special. There's only about 20 birthdays you should be allowed to celebrate. And the others, you're wasting cake and paper. You're wasting cake. Did you not see the Al Gore movie? We need to conserve cake and paper. We are running out. Here are the 20 you can celebrate. These are the ones you get to have a party, okay? 1 through 9, you get a birthday. because you're a little kid. A little kid gets a birthday. 10, you get a birthday, because now you're in the double digits. Something's different, all right? 11 and 12, no birthday. That's not special. I'm 12, great, go to school. Who gives a shit? I'm not wrapping something up for 12. 13, you get a birthday, because now you're a teenager. Something's different now. 14, 15, no birthday. No birthday. I can make a learner's permit. Who gives a shit? Don't care. 16, you get a birthday, because now you can drive. The laws have changed. 17, no birthday. 18, awesome birthday, because you can buy a gun and you can vote. In fact, you should celebrate that one by shooting a hole through a ballot. That's how you should just, yeah, Prop 31. When you're 19, you get a birthday, because it's your last year as a teenager. Oh, that's kind of wistful. Yes. 41-year-old guys don't want to fuck you anymore, ladies. It's all downhill. Marry a guy with a yacht. When you turn...
Marry a guy with a yacht.
When you're 20, you get a birthday. Anytime you enter a new set of 10s, 20, 30, 40, 50, you get a birthday. 21, you get an awesome birthday, and then that's it. A birthday every 10 years. I'm 26, great, go to work. Who gives a shit? Shut the fuck up. 50, 60, 70, 80, until you hit 90.
Okay.
If you can make it to 90, starting at 90, every year, one law no longer applies to you. That's your incentive to take care of yourself. Now, it starts off small. When you turn 90, you can legally litter. You can just crumple up a cheeseburger wrapper, drop it in front of a cop. Hey, guess what today is? Give me a kiss. When you turn 95, you can legally steal anything.
So that's why Will's dad breaking into the house with his mom, he's allowed to. Whatever he can steal, he gets to take.
You can't load it into a car or a truck. Anything you can pick up with your bare hands and get back into your house is your property. And if you own something and a 95-year-old can get it away from you, it really didn't belong to you, did it? Nope, never did.
Yes, honestly, true. Okay, if a 95-year-old manages to steal something for you, it's theirs. My grandpa asked the other family in the IC waiting area if he could have some of their pizza while we were visiting my dad. They are another breed. Yeah, because you get to a certain age and you just do not give a fuck anymore, right? Why would you?
Goes for your kids, too. Hey, where's your 4-year-old? Some 95-year-old ran into his house with him. Well, let that guy raise him. He's full of wisdom and he's spry. Then, you can make it to 100. You can legally commit murder. You can murder anyone. You cannot shoot them, stab them, or poison them. Anyone you can strangle or pummel to death with your bare hands, no jury can convict you. That's how we weed out the weak people. If you can't stop a 100-year-old from strangling you, fuck you, you should be dead. You should be fucking dead. Would any of you get up and run outside if you heard, help me, a 100-year-old woman is punching me to death? You'd be like, fuck that guy, good. Species just got stronger. Then, from 100 to 119, 19 years of legal murder. Pummel, strangle anyone you want until you make it to 120. If you can make it to 120, guess what? You're the president.
The crazy thing is that we're really not that far off from 120-year-olds being president.
We swear you in, and no matter what comes out of your senile fucking skull is the law. And honestly, right now, if there were a 120-year-old in the White House just sitting in a wading pool of his own poop with a pirate hat on, just going, starting today, everybody has to put 4 cans of ravioli in their pants. Would things be any worse than they are right now? Would they be any fucking worse if that guy would just, starting today, everybody has to marry a pelican. You heard the president, son. At least you're not in the desert dying on a fucking lie. God bless our president. Give your new mom a fish and let's go to the White House and give thanks.
That's a classic. I used to listen to, so when I used to work like the most mind-numbing jobs, I'm talking like when I was doing temp work and I would just have to file things in a filing cabinet for like $10 an hour. I would just listen to stand up all day at work. And I must listen to the 20 birthday parties, because this is when I didn't pay for Spotify. This is like, or maybe it was Pandora. Remember that? Remember Pandora? And so I think I have listened to Patton Oswalt's 20 birthday parties like at least 100 times, just giggling to myself. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Reminder, this was from at least 5 years ago. Oh yeah. Yeah. Poacher Hunting Cougar, thank you for 200 bits. So there you go, guys. If you make it to 95, you can steal whatever you can get away with. Okay. So if you can carry it, it's yours. And then, if you make it to 100, you can legally murder someone with your bare hands. So if you needed motivation to, keep going. Okay. There you go. Does this apply to other countries? Oh yeah. No, this is worldwide. These are universal laws. I think 30 should have one because a funeral for your 20. No, you get one. You get a birthday for your 30th. So remember, every start of the decade, 20, 30, 40, 50, et cetera, you get a birthday. Yep. One every decade past 21. 20s is your last 20, and 21, you get 2 birthdays there. Your Honor, Twitch streamer Caroline Quad said it was okay. Yeah, you know what? You should use this as your legal defense. I think it would work. Judging by the stories of Will's dad, he probably could still beat someone to death. Will's dad has slowed down quite a bit from when I first met him. Almost, I guess I met him like 7-ish years ago. But he's still got it. He's 95 and he's going pretty strong. CIA father. My great-grandmother made it to 106. Even in her final years, she would hit my cousins with a stick if they misbehaved or something she didn't like. Yeah, and I bet that she had a strong thwack still. Just run over some toes with the walker. Oh yeah, I'm going. I think I will. I almost like look forward to being old because I just want to be a full-on menace. I cannot wait to be a mean old lady. They're like, gee, that's old lady Quan. Like I am just gonna fully embrace being a mean old lady. All the things that I always wanted to do in my younger years. No, but even still, I'm aware of the fact that I'm held back, right? I am held back from being a mean old lady right now. Get off my lawn. I don't even mean like I'll just yell at people who don't deserve it. I mean, I am going to fully unleash whenever and however I want. I know Gene was so close to his first murders. I know, he was 95. Okay, so we have an update. We do have an update here. And, you know, one reason why whenever there's a story like this where we don't have the crucial information that we need. So for those who don't know, Gene Hackman, the legendary actor Gene Hackman, the news of his and his wife and their dog's deaths came out. It was reported on last week. I think it was like a week ago. And it was bizarre. Like, for being a 95-year-old, which Gene Hackman was, to die at 95 and have your death be described as like mysterious circumstances is kind of crazy, right? Because most 95-year-olds, they die and there's no mysterious circumstances. It's because they're old. But anyway, so one reason why whenever we're covering stories like this, I always hesitate to do any speculation is because it's always wrong. And I think that speculation I think it can be bad. And so a lot of people were like, oh, his, you know, and even still when I'm like, let's not do speculation. Sometimes sometimes I need to be better at like really not doing speculation, because then more information comes out and it's like, okay, yeah, no, nobody had any fucking idea because everyone's just making things up. Everyone's making things up. And I think sometimes it's more harmful, right? Saying, oh, he got the vaccine, right? When anti-vaxxers go on a crusade every time a celebrity dies and it's like, oh, they got the jab. That's bad. That's really bad. And it contributes to this current environment of being of anti-science, of anti-vaccines. And it's stupid. It's so stupid. So stupid, and is just used as fuel for this bullshit anti-vaccine movement. But then other things can, other theories, right? What other people are saying that's not, oh, well, it's because they got the vaccine, can still be hurtful or harmful. And I think a lot of people were just full on, not even saying, oh, it seems as if blah, blah, blah. Just like, oh, clearly his wife killed herself. That's what a lot of people were saying, that they were just like, as fact, saying that Betsy Arakawa, Gene Hackman's wife of 36 years, killed herself because she was so devastated by his loss, which it's like, we're just making stuff up. Okay. So investigators released information today at a news conference, and let's take a look at what they had to say. And spoiler alert, it was not suicide.
It's tragic, sad. Officials tonight say the actor's wife died a week before Hackman. His longtime love, Betsy Arakawa, died of hantavirus. It's a rare flu-like disease linked to rats. And
okay, so his wife died of something called hantavirus. It is from rat droppings. It's rare, but it does happen. So, it's always like, this is the type of thing where rather than speculate on the cause of death, especially when it is something as, as devastating as something as suicide, I think we wait for the information, and then when the information comes out, and here we now know that she died of this hantavirus, use that as a reminder to like check your apartment and house. And if you have rat droppings, don't just leave that shit there. Be taking care of your surroundings and your health.
Officials say Hackman's advanced Alzheimer's was so severe that he lived in their New Mexico house, or survived, might be the better word, for a week with his wife's dead body before he also passed away.
It is so devastating. This is devastating. She died before him, and she had been dead for about a week before he passed. And that was the other thing too, is like, my God, the information has come out and there were still people online being like, well, I don't understand. So she died and he was just there for a week. It's like, yeah, he was 95 years old and clearly was not in a state of mind where his mental acuity was like strong. Okay. It's very sad. It's very sad. Like, he had Alzheimer's, and he, like, what do you think that he just like was, he was chilling with his wife's dead body and, you know, having a party?
It is a terrible tragedy, and Veronica Miracle is out front in New Mexico tonight with new details.
A mystery that captured the world's attention now appears to be a terrible tragedy. Oscar winner Gene Hackman, in ailing health and suffering from Alzheimer's, was likely with his wife's body for days after she suddenly died of an infectious disease.
The cause of death for Miss Betsy Hackman, aged 65 years, is hantavirus pulmonary syndrome. The manner of death is natural.
Humans can get the rare hantavirus disease from contact with rodents, and it's transmitted to people through their feces or urine. Investigators say she died suddenly, likely a week before her husband.
Was he aware that Miss Hackman had died? And I think that question's difficult to answer, but I can tell you that he was in an advanced state of Alzheimer's, and it's quite possible that he was not aware that she was deceased. The cause of death for Mr. Gene Hackman, aged 95 years, is hypertensive and atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, with Alzheimer's disease as a significant contributory factor.
Hackman's pacemaker data showed he likely died on February 18th, according to investigators. Betsy was last seen on surveillance video at a local CVS and grocery store on February 11th. While they don't know her exact time of death, they believe she died that day. Officials say hantavirus is a serious disease, but rare. The Santa Fe County Fire Chief isn't aware of the last case they've had in the county.
Hantavirus pulmonary syndrome is a rare disease.
Man, it's so awful. And I'm just like, can we please stop doing the thing where when a celebrity dies, or, you know, there's some news story like this where the circumstances are bizarre and everybody wants to be right and, like, you know, state their guesses as fact, and just how how we keep doing this. And it seriously is like, we got to stop. We have to stop just surmising these really terrible things. And then even when the information comes out, continuing to do so. Like, suddenly anyone can be a detective. It's like, seriously, everybody has this detective mentality of, oh, a mysterious death? Don't worry, I'm on the case, even though I know nothing besides what has been revealed.
Viruses, but a small number of human infections are found every year in New Mexico. 42% of these infections here in New Mexico were fatal.
On February 26th, the couple
that is so scary. I want to look more into what hantavirus
were discovered dead by maintenance workers. Officials did not find any signs of forced entry, but considered the circumstances suspicious enough to warrant a thorough investigation. The 95-year-old actor was found on the ground in a mudroom, according to a search warrant. Arakawa Hackman was found on the ground inside a bathroom next to an opened prescription pill bottle with pills scattered. One of the couple's 3 dogs was found dead in a locked crate near Arakawa's body. The dog had recently visited the vet before Betsy died.
There was a procedure that was done with the dog, which may explain why the dog was in a crate at the residence.
Officials are still waiting for the exact cause of death for the dog, but they can say it didn't die of hantavirus, as dogs can't get the disease. They believe the dog.
That specific version of hantavirus has a 30 to 60% fatality rate. Holy
may
shit.
have died from starvation.
Con/Blitz, thank you for the 21 months.
And Aaron, Betsy was 30 years younger than Gene and appeared to be his caretaker. So when she died, it appears there's no one to care for him. The medical examiner says that he did not have any food in his stomach when he died. In terms of the investigation, as far as what's next, it is still an open investigation. They're reviewing cell phone records. They also are going to review the results of the necropsy of the dog. And they're going to be releasing body camera footage of those deputies who arrived. But authorities say this is winding down. Aaron.
All right, Veronica, thank you very much. Dr. Peter Hotez is out front now, the Dean of Tropical Medicine at the Baylor College of Medicine, where the school does a lot of research on hantavirus. And Dr. Hotez, of course, a world-renowned infectious disease expert. So, Doctor, this is just such a tragedy. Can you just explain how rare hantavirus is and how Gene Hackman's wife, Betsy, could have even contracted it?
Yeah, Aaron, it's rare, but there are about a handful of cases every year in New Mexico. 7, I think, in 2024 and 7 cases in 2023. I think this may have been the first case this year. That tends to occur more in the northwestern part of the state rather than in Santa Fe. And the reason is because there's a type of mouse called a deer mouse that can harbor the virus with no symptoms. And what happens is if there's a mouse infestation in your home.
There's also something so sick about the fact that anti-vaxxers were like, oh, they got the jab. And it turns out that his wife died of a virus.
Get in through various holes in the home or in the housing, then their urine and their other bodily fluids can contain virus. That virus can aerosolize. And then in this case, unfortunately, she likely inhaled the virus through the aerosol. Sometimes it gets into the cuts in the skin. And then you can have a pretty rapid deteriorating course.
So let me ask you about that, because she last left their home in February 11th, last time she sent out communication. So she goes to the pharmacy, and they believe she died that day. Now, she was obviously well enough to go to the pharmacy. Just knowing how this disease progresses, would someone be well enough to do that and look fine on surveillance camera? She didn't look visibly ill, and die that same day?
Oh,
Could
my
it have been
God.
such a rapid deterioration? And prior to that, would it have just felt like the flu, or would you have known you were possibly very sick?
Yeah, you can deteriorate very rapidly, and that's one of the reasons why it has such a high mortality rate, because it requires intensive care for your heart and lungs. What happens is it begins as a flu-like illness with body aches and fever, sometimes headaches as well. And you can proceed like that for a couple of days. And once the virus is affecting the heart and lungs, it causes pulmonary edema. Your lungs fill up with fluid. It causes inflammation of the heart, very severe myocarditis. And at that point, you need to have intensive care. So you can go downhill very, very quickly as a result.
And so that appears to be what happened. I mean, she was, in the back, who knows, maybe taking her pills for something, maybe thyroid, and collapsed. Now, then Gene Hackman at that time, it's another week before he dies. Now, we do understand he had severe heart disease, but also advanced Alzheimer's disease. They said he didn't have any food in his stomach, even though he wasn't dehydrated. It's just tragic to imagine this. And I guess you would hope that maybe he did not know that she had died if his Alzheimer's was so advanced. What do you think could have happened?
Yeah, it's hard to put it together, but one possibility is if he was on important medication for his heart, he wasn't receiving his meds because she was the sole care provider, or dehydration from lack of water or other fluids, starvation, and some combination of all of those things together. So
it's fucking awful. Like every detail of this is just excruciatingly
Very
sad.
tragic. Hantavirus, though, does occur, and we do see a handful of cases. And the only hope for an individual is to get rapid attention and get into an intensive care unit where they can manage this very complex heart and lung disease.
Yeah, and of course, so important to know that the mice don't exhibit the symptoms. Dogs can't get it, right? I mean, it's hard to know.
Yeah,
Yep.
if you go to the New Mexico Health website, it's actually quite good. It has details about how to avoid having these deer mice get into your home, and what to do if they're there, and how to avoid keeping dog food and other pet food away from mice. And it's worth a look.
All right. Well, Dr. Hotez, thank you very much.
Oh man. Yeah, it's Will was so confused because he kept being like, I don't understand. Gene Hackman is so rich. Like, how did this happen? I was like, yeah, well, first of all, they weren't living in some mansion in Bel Air. Like, they had a really gorgeous home, but it was in a very secluded mountainous area in Santa Fe. And also the two of them reportedly had been very reclusive for a number of years at that point, because she was his caregiver, and once his health really started to fail, they just became very reclusive. And so it's one of those where it doesn't matter how much money you have. It doesn't prevent somebody from being in a situation like this, which they, couldn't have predicted that something would happen to her, and therefore he would be affected by that. But it seems as if, family, friends, this was not people checking up every day type of thing. And it's why so many days passed from when they had died to when their bodies were found by the groundskeepers. Right. No one could predict she would contract a rare virus that 7 people got last year. Like, I've seen a lot of nasty tweets about their family from, again, people who have no idea. You do not know. Now, we can take away from this as check in on your family members. If you have older neighbors, offer yourself as an emergency contact, or just, if that's something that you want to do it. But like the people who I've seen attacking her family, his family, like his kids, and people being like, I bet they couldn't wait to get their hands on that money. I'm like, holy shit. Why do we always have to say these things? Why does this always have to be the case? You have no idea what the situation was. Okay? Like, she was only in her 60s, was very healthy. Like, if they were, if they kept to themselves, that was their decision. Kept to themselves. Why can't people just have empathy for someone dying? It's crazy. I know. I work in healthcare in Colorado. There's like no home health nursing. There's just not enough. Even like very wealthy people that can fully foot the bill have a hard time recruiting home health nursing. Yeah, like I don't understand why anybody would be judging that his wife was in charge of his care. They don't, like, nobody knows the personal details of their life. And this was it was a rare, bizarre tragedy that could in no way have been expected. His wife was literally 30 years younger. I'm sure his kids thought she was taking care of him well and didn't know. Right. Like, who goes, oh yeah, I'm worried about you contracting hantavirus. Okay, I want another. What is hantavirus? Who's this?
Authorities say Betsy Arakawa, wife of actor Gene Hackman, died from hantavirus pulmonary syndrome, or HPS. But what exactly is the hantavirus family of viruses that can cause illness or even death in humans? According to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the viruses can spread from infected rodents, like mice and rats, especially when exposed to their saliva, feces, or urine. The CDC says early symptoms of HPS include fever, fatigue, and muscle aches. After the initial phase, people might experience coughing, shortness of breath, and tightness in the chest. The CDC recommends early treatment for those with symptoms and exposure to rodents. HPS is fatal in nearly 4 in 10 infected people.
That is new fear unlocked. New fear unlocked.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. I'm Dr. Heather Gerald, the Chief Medical Examiner for New Mexico at the Office of the Medical Investigator. I'd like to begin by stating that it is unprecedented for the Office of the Medical Investigator to make public statements about death investigations. However, the circumstances surrounding these two deaths require accurate dissemination of important information. I've also spoken with the...
I don't know. The issue is that these symptoms overlap with so many other conditions and sicknesses. Like, yeah, how would you know that you would have been exposed to hantavirus when it seems like this could be similar to, like, your symptoms could be that of everyday viruses?
Hackman family prior to this conference who are aware of the autopsy
I'm on my cutie
findings
shit
and
right now.
conclusions and are aware of this conference. On Thursday, February 27th, I performed an autopsy on Mr. Gene Hackman. Medical examiner Dr. Daniel Gallego at the Office of the Medical Investigator performed a full autopsy on Miss Betsy Arakawa Hackman. Also on Thursday, February 27th. By report, Miss Arakawa Hackman's legal name is Betsy Hackman, which is how she will be referred to hereafter. The cause of death for Miss Betsy Hackman, aged 65 years, is hantavirus pulmonary syndrome. The manner of death is natural. Autopsy examination and full-body postmortem CT demonstrated no findings of trauma internally or externally, with microscopic findings consistent with hantavirus pulmonary syndrome. Laboratory testing was positive for hantavirus at a clinical lab, with required confirmation testing positive at Scientific Laboratories Division. Testing.
This freaks me out because in my grandma's old place, when I lived there after I lost my job, and so I couldn't afford my apartment anymore, and there was years and years worth of rodent droppings everywhere in that house, and it was disgusting, first of all. But looking back on it, it's like, Jesus Christ, I feel like I could have gotten really sick from that, and maybe like there were a couple times that I got sick in that house, and I just thought it was I just felt like, oh, this is just another virus or something. And yeah, I feel like the more we learn about viruses and rare fatal infections in general, it's probably good practice to wear some sort of mask cleaning any sort of animal feces in an enclosed environment. Yes, if you have mouse droppings, if you have animal feces in your residence, take caution when you are cleaning it up, or if you are getting it cleaned up. I think that's something that we don't really think of anymore, because you kind of picture like rats with, disease-filled rats as something in like the 1600s, right? The Black Plague. But it is still something that exists, very much so, of rodents being able to transmit these life-threatening diseases.
For COVID-19, influenza, and other common respiratory viruses was negative. Testing for carbon monoxide was negative. There were no other significant natural disease findings. Pills present on scene were thyroid medication, which were being taken as prescribed and is not currently a concern for a contributory cause of death. The cause of death for Mr. Gene Hackman, aged 95 years.
This is literally one of the main concerns they have on that show, Hoarders Buried Alive, and they are cleaning out a home. It's why they make the crew wear hazmat suits. Yeah, I have watched that before. It is
Hypertensive
vile.
and atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, with Alzheimer's disease as a significant contributory factor. Autopsy examination and a full body postmortem CT examination demonstrated no acute findings of internal or external trauma and showed severe heart disease, including multiple surgical procedures involving the heart, evidence of prior heart attacks, and severe changes of the kidneys due to chronic high blood pressure. Examination of the brain showed advanced Alzheimer's disease, as well as blood vessel changes in the brain.
Like, you have people dying at 100, and the anti-vax crowd is like, suspicious. It must be the jab. Certainly can't be because they're 100 years old.
Secondary to chronic high blood pressure. Laboratory testing performed at Scientific Laboratories Division was negative for COVID-19, influenza, and other common respiratory viruses. Testing for hantavirus was negative. Testing for carbon monoxide was negative. Additionally, there were no autopsy findings concerning for hantavirus infection. I have been asked when death occurred for these individuals. There is no reliable scientific method to accurately determine the exact time or date of death. Mr. Hackman's initial pacemaker data revealed cardiac activity on February 17th, with subsequent pacemaker interrogation demonstrating an abnormal rhythm of atrial fibrillation on February 18th, which was the last record of heart activity. Based on this information, it is reasonable to conclude that Mr. Hackman probably died around February 18th. Based on the circumstances, it is reasonable to conclude that Ms. Hackman passed away first, with February 11th being the last time that she was known to be alive. Lastly, clinically, hantavirus infection is characterized by flu-like symptoms consisting of fever, muscle aches, cough, sometimes vomiting and diarrhea that can progress to shortness of breath and cardiac or heart failure and lung failure. This occurs after a 1 to 8 week exposure to excrement from a primarily particular mouse species that carries hantavirus. The mortality of hantavirus, the mortality rate of the hantavirus strain in the Southwest is about 38 to 50%. The hantavirus strains in the United States are not transmissible from person to person. And so this is an appropriate time to segue to Dr. Aaron Phipps, the state public health veterinarian with the New Mexico Department of Health. But before I do so, I'd like to kindly ask...
Yeah, that necklace is like totally something I was wearing circa 2010.
For everyone to please
Statement
respect
piece
the privacy
from, like,
that
Charlotte
Mr.
Russe.
Gene Hackman, Miss Betsy Hackman, and their family and friends deserve. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man. Okay, well, since we're talking about viruses, what the hell's going on with bird flu? I think Vox had something recently I wanted to look at. Did I say bird virus? Bird flu. Nope. Bird fly? Bird. Bird flu. Okay. Oh gosh. Well, it's just terrible. Terrible way to go, and it's just really sad. Such a tragedy, both of them. And yeah, let's just stop acting like we got all the facts when we don't have all the facts. I hope the dogs are okay. I hope that their family and friends have peace. You know, hopefully now that the investigation is wrapping up, there's going to be less of a media circus. You know, there's no like murder suicide. Okay, let's take a look at what about the dog? Yes. So it looks like the dog had some type of procedure done recently, which is why it was in the crate in the closet. And Betsy was obviously the one who cared for the dogs because Jean was not in the physical or mental state to do so. And so after she died, she was the first to die, which meant that, and it happened, they believe that it was the same day. That's how fast it happened. And so the dog, unfortunately, was still in the closet, in the crate, and that's why it died. I know. It's just really sad all around. All right, let's see what the fuck is going on with bird flu. Is it time to worry about bird flu?
Over 100 million farm-raised birds. That's how many chickens, turkeys, and other poultry have died because of avian flu in the United States since 2022. Up until now, most of us have only really seen the effects of this in our grocery bills. But then, on January 6th, someone in Louisiana died. It was the first reported human death from avian flu in the United States, which is pretty alarming. But the TLDR here is you don't actually have to panic. So far, there have only been 67 human cases in the United States, and infections are typically very mild. It's unlikely this will be another COVID. And maybe that's all you care to know. That being said, avian flu isn't going anywhere anytime soon. It's been found in every US state and on every continent except Australia. Public health experts are concerned because there is a chance this could get worse. So what I wanted to know was this: if we're not worried now, is there a point when we should be?
Now, again, I think this Vox piece is from a couple weeks ago, so I'm looking also to see what the latest.
Avian flu viruses are naturally found in waterfowl, like geese or ducks. H5N1, the type of avian flu circulating right now, was first identified in geese in 1996 in China. In 2020, a variant of that original strain was found in wild birds in Europe. By late 2021, it was in the US and Canada. Typically, a duck, goose, or other natural host shows no symptoms, but can spread the virus through droppings, saliva, or mucus. When an infected bird comes in contact with poultry is when we start to see disease. And this is usually categorized in one of two ways. The first is low pathogenicity, which shows very little sign of illness. Maybe a chicken will lay less eggs or stop laying eggs altogether. The second is high pathogenicity, which is incredibly infectious and can result in a 100% death rate. You can guess which one we're currently dealing with. When either version of avian flu turns up on poultry farms, it has devastating effects. Farmers are often forced to cull all animals to prevent further spread. 4.2 million chickens on Iowa egg farms as of last July. 100,000 ducks on Long Island in January. Another million chickens in the United Kingdom. The economic loss to farmers is in the billions. But over 100 million dead domesticated birds later, and the virus is still spreading.
The reason we're concerned now about this particular avian flu is that it is.
You want to come say hi? I gotta go get food for my family. Wait, what time are you going? Now. Okay. I would, but I thought you were going at 8:30. Sorry, guys. Hold on.
I have to go pick up the food because my kid is on the driveway without a car going up to pick him up.
Oh, okay.
So I have to go take dinner to them.
Oh.
You're good to stream. Have a good stream.
Are you sure? Okay.
spilling over more often than we see other avian flu viruses do.
This particular gene constellation seems to be causing much more ability to spread across species barriers.
Everybody I spoke to for this story really wanted to drive home this point. This virus has affected an overwhelming diversity of animals. Experts are calling it panzootic, a pandemic among animals. It's been detected in nearly 500 species of birds worldwide, including the endangered California condor, and at least 70 species of mammals. Seals, minks.
Yeah, and you know who's against vaccinating chickens? Of course, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. This is the latest from today. Federal health agencies oppose the use of bird flu vaccines in poultry right now. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said, weighing in publicly on it for the first time in this new role. There's no indication that those vaccines actually provide sterilizing immunity, and all three of my health agencies, blah, 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 have all recommended against the use of the bird flu vaccine. Biden officials from the health and agricultural departments had wrestled extensively with calls to roll out vaccines for animals as outbreaks mounted on farms nationwide. It was concerns from agriculture officials, not human health officials, that ultimately blocked plans to roll out vaccines. At no point did they express a concern or anything other than robust support for an animal vaccination program, one former USDA official said of the health agencies. So it's the agriculture peeps, not the human health peeps, who do not want to roll out these vaccines.
Foxes, it's killed sea lions by the thousands, bears and pigs and dolphins, otters, ferrets and cats, and most recently, dairy.
Because it could affect billions of dollars in exports.
Cows, which is weird and concerning for two main reasons. One, where it's being found in the cow.
Influenza viruses, for humans, tends to be a respiratory pathogen. This virus in particular, it's replicating in a mammalian species in a tissue site that's not common for influenza.
Avian flu is being found in especially high levels in milk. Luckily, pasteurization, the simple process of heating milk before packaging it, keeps consumers safe from exactly this sort of thing.
Yeah, well, now we're living in an era where pasteurized milk, we ain't doing that anymore. No, baby, we're drinking raw milk, okay? We are au natural. We are raw everything, raw dogging, raw milk. Just can't get enough. Can't get enough raw. Raw dog in the milk. I love how it's always like, well, good thing that we have this process called pasteurization, which we've had for over 100 years now, which prevents from, picking up these diseases from unpasteurized milk. And now, the head of Health and Human Services is like, no, pasteurized milk is bad.
Now, the second problem is more obvious. Avian flu in dairy cows brings avian flu closer to humans. But that is a bigger problem than a person just getting sick. Here's why. The flu virus changes in two ways: mutation and reassortment.
So mutation is sort of like what happens every year with seasonal flu viruses. Every year, as the virus replicates in us, the virus will change.
This is a new version of the same virus. It just made a mistake while replicating itself. Reassortment, on the other hand, is when two different viruses meet in a cell and swap genetic material.
Let's say this virus infected a human during flu season, okay? And you have sick kids at home, and all of a sudden you also have human seasonal flu. And you have this H5N1 because you work in a dairy farm. Now, all of those genomes, while distinct, are related, right? They're all influenza. And they can reassort or intermingle within that cell and generate new viruses.
Reassortment of avian flu resulted in two pandemics in 1957 and 1968. And reassortment of swine flu resulted in the 2009 swine flu pandemic.
The reason we worry about that so much is that seasonal influenza viruses are epidemiologically
Yes, the viruses be fucking
very successful. They spread so easily from person to person. Now, what does it take for a virus to cause a pandemic? you have to have a virus that is novel, that infects humans and causes disease. The population has to be susceptible. The way we usually think about it, it means that you don't have antibodies to that subtype. But very importantly, the virus has to be able to spread efficiently from person to person through sustained chains of community transmission.
This is generally what public health experts are on the lookout for, and why monitoring this virus is really important.
So what the H5N1 viruses have are that they're novel, they infect people, they cause disease, and the population is susceptible, but they have not yet demonstrated the ability to spread efficiently from person to person.
If this virus starts spreading between humans, then our problems have extended beyond dead birds and egg prices. Luckily, there are still a few other things on our side here. For one, the disease so far is mild in humans, and two, reassortment in humans is way less likely than it is in pigs or birds for some reason. As for vaccines, our seasonal flu shot is very specific, so it's unlikely it will give us any immunity to this. However, previous exposure to the flu virus might give us a slight edge.
The people that should be more concerned and more proactive are the ones that are in public health decision-making and public health funding and so on.
The best we can do right now is be aware of what's happening. As it stands, avian flu is getting a lot of chances to change and become a bigger problem for humans. We haven't stopped it yet.
I'm far less certain that we can put the genie back in the bottle.
Whoa, what a comforting way to end a video after telling you not to panic. Anyway, I sincerely hope that this was helpful. After 2 years of following this story and thinking of all the different ways I could cover it, I ultimately just landed here, a piece that tries to answer your biggest questions without freaking you out too much. I've been at Vox for over 7 years, and I've come to realize that I really try to answer two types of...
Okay, this is from, let's see, this is from today. USDA ending Easter egg inventory report as bird flu continues. Ain't no way people are doing Easter egg hunts, not in this economy where eggs cost $1 million. The USDA will discontinue its Easter season egg inventory reports just weeks before the spring holiday as the bird flu continues to ravage the nation's supply of eggs. Yeah, look at this dumbass. Do you know what the other thing too is that people like Elon Musk, they're always trying to make everything into a conspiracy. So he's retweeting this guy, Gunther Eagleman. Gunther Eagleman. That's a fake name. Joe Biden killed the chickens. And Elon said, it's true. There was an insane slaughter of 150 million egg-laying chickens ordered by the Biden administration. Okay, so yeah, people who see this are like, oh my God, Joe Biden is murdering the chickens. And I bet he's murdering the chickens because he wants the egg price, he wants the egg prices to go up and blah, 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 blah. And it's all a conspiracy. Okay, well, when there is something like bird flu, H5N1 bird flu, that has a mortality rate close to 100% in chickens, all animals, when a virus is found to be at a farm, then all the animals sadly have to be euthanized. It reduces the suffering. It limits the risk of spread. It is not some conspiracy where Joe Biden is murdering everybody's chickens. Do people even think that bird flu callings are pretty well known? Yes, they do. Okay, this is the state of things. All right, this is the state of things where you have what used to be fringe beliefs about vaccinations, okay, like anti-science people who were once on the fringe that are now like mainstream, that are now front and center, because you've got guys like RFK Jr. who are who have helped to mainstream these really dangerous anti-science beliefs. Yeah, now they are in power. Humans are adept at making connections when there are none. Don't underestimate. Yes, they're always searching to make a connection here And especially those who are already primed to believe all these other conspiracies about, like the deep state, et cetera, are gonna read a tweet like that from Elon Musk and be like, oh my God, an insane slaughter of 150 million egg-laying chickens. What is going on? Joe Biden is behind this. Okay, so many stores are limiting how many eggs shoppers can buy, and some restaurants have added temporary egg surcharges. Egg prices have gone up 239% between January 2020 and January 2025. The seasonal USDA report tracked egg inventories and egg prices in a series of weekly reports ahead of Easter and the Monday after the holiday. Spokesperson told Axios on Friday that the discontinuation of the graphs and the report does not result in the loss of any market information. The information exists in other USDA reports. The U.S. Justice Department has opened an investigation into the surging egg prices and potential antitrust issues, the Wall Street Journal reported Friday, citing people familiar with the matter. What's next? Even with the softening, the price of eggs is expected to rise by 41.1% this year as the bird flu continues to rip through the nation's agricultural economy, according to a federal government report. Trump is going to invest up to $1 billion to curb this crisis and make eggs affordable again. Make eggs affordable again. Mia. Think exists. Thank you for the tier 1. They were already mainstream, unfortunately, by some. My measure now. They're building their veneer of authority. Yeah. I remember when once upon a time, Jenny McCarthy was like the face of anti-vax, okay? And everybody thought she was a joke. She was not taken seriously. And now it's like Jenny McCarthy is just one of many. And the way that this country has shifted the way that this country has shifted just reactionary overall, and anti-science, the anti-science people, the anti-vaccine people, they have found more footing. They have had their very fringe beliefs mainstreamed by presidential candidates. And I think the other thing too is, Fauci has become like public enemy number one because of COVID. And so everything that Fauci was responsible for before COVID has all been attacked by people like Joe Rogan and RFK Jr. And it's like, oh, Fauci's an evil man. So all of these other public health things that Fauci was responsible for are all, this is all an indication that they've been lying to you for years, because they lied to you about COVID. Seriously, you guys, I know plenty of people who believe that, like, not even extremists, okay? I'm saying like people who otherwise are like normal, who believe that COVID, that they like on some level were lied to about COVID, that COVID was really not that devastating. Like, there is so much COVID misinformation and so much just rewriting, factual rewriting. My cousin is like that. Yes, it's crazy how many people I know who are like, that was all a fucking joke. And I think a lot of people's brains broke in COVID. No joke. I think people's brains legitimately were broken by COVID, and it can help explain how a lot of people have just seemingly gotten dumber and crazier. Like, I really do think that in the future we are going to discover that this is linked to COVID reinfections, right? They fumble COVID so hard, it's understandable how someone could fall for the anti-science crap. I mean, I get how people go down these rabbit holes where they're like, well, look at big pharma, look at like the opioid crisis. These are really predatory companies and all they care about is money and like capitalism, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, yeah, true, right? They are for-profit companies. But then that leads to a general distrust of science and of scientists and being like, these scientists are lying to you. They are paid by blah, 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 blah. You know, they are working with the deep state to control you. And they'll use anecdotal evidence or just even like crazy stories that, oh, well, my mom told me about her coworker who was sick with cancer. And then, you know, then they like drank this, I don't know, they ate these they consumed these supplements that they got off of InfoWars and it healed them type of stuff. Conspiracies start where a real problem is, but propagandists and weirdos utilize ignorance to capitalize on people who see a problem but don't know better. I had a friend of mine recently who was like, oh, I don't listen to any of that stuff anymore. I was like, what do you mean? She's like, oh, the media, like, you know, I go, what do you mean you don't listen to that stuff anymore? She's like, well, you know, they just lied to us during COVID. And I was like, what do you mean though? What do you mean? Like, she's like, I just don't pay attention to any of this stuff. And I was like, oh God. Okay. This would be a great time for the H-bomb video on vaccines. Vaccines and autism, a measured response. Yeah, this would be a great time for that. A 2-hour react video. For those who want more info, this is what COVID is doing to your brain. This is scary shit in my opinion. We're going to have COVID-induced dementia in a decade or two. Yeah, that is scary. Most people I talk to will agree that the government's completely captured by corporate interests, but will instantly jump to write off any large institution in favor of randos. Yeah, it's like they look at figures like Joe Rogan and go, "Oh, he's super trustworthy because he's not, you know, he's not corporate. He's an individual. You know, why would he lie?" That's the thing, is like they don't understand. They look at someone like Rogan and they're like, well, why would Rogan lie? It's like, well, first of all, a lot of what Rogan does is misinformation that like he believes. I'm not saying that he lies. I'm not saying that he lies intentionally. I'm saying that Rogan, yeah, he's apolitical. Rogan is a dumbass. And there are a lot of things that he himself believes that he shares with his audience, or like when he has people on who are spreading really dangerous misinformation, he does not push back at all. He drinks his own Kool-Aid. Yeah, he does drink his own Kool-Aid. Sweet Black Tea, thank you for the 4 months. Chuck, thank you for the 24 months. He's just a dumb guy who doesn't check anything he or a guest says. Right. I mean, I feel like that's the attitude a lot, though, where it's like, okay, the CDC is lying to us because this is a government institution. You can't trust them, blah, blah, blah. But Joe Rogan is just one guy and he's a real dude. And so I'm going to trust Joe Rogan, who I have no reason to believe is spreading false information. Rogan is literally having Daryl Cooper, a fascist and Holocaust denier, on next. Wow. Wowie. Okay, well, I do kind of want to watch this H-bomber video. I don't know if I'm going to watch the whole thing. Like, we might split this up. What other stories did I have for you guys? Well, I didn't really have a plan. Okay. I haven't watched anything from Rogan in a long time before he left to Spotify, but I did notice he would shapeshift his opinions a lot depending on the guest. I don't know if he's the same way now, but he does only tend to have people that align with his beliefs. Well, Rogan does not push back at all. So he'll bring on people who are doing, who are engaged in serious misinformation, and he's just like, oh yeah, whoa, oh, that's crazy, whoa, man, I can't oh wow, whoa. Not when it's COVID. He pushes back on people who say the vax is good, actually. No, I do think that Rogan has become more more overt in his reactionary opinions, right? Am I mistaken, or was he like, I don't have to worry about COVID, I'm healthy to his audience? Then when he got COVID, he threw all the medical interventions, and he doesn't have to be intentionally misleading to be harmful. Yeah, a lot of times I truly believe Joe Rogan fully believes whatever it is he's saying, whatever his guest is saying. He really does that. That's crazy. Whoa, that's crazy. The main difference is Joe doesn't have a history of plan, lying, or deception, but I get the frustration with his influence. If he's saying something you don't believe, but he does push back when he thinks it's wrong, but he's not playing the expert role, so it's unfair to criticize his knowledge of what they are talking about. So you're saying that Joe Rogan is trustworthy, he just doesn't say accurate information always. So this isn't a like every once in a while Joe Rogan engages in misinformation. This is all the time, especially when it relates to anything to do with vaccines or science. So you can't be a trustworthy source when you are not having like actual scientists on, and you're bringing on instead people like Woody Harrelson to talk about like the treatments for AIDS and how so many people died because of Fauci. So like it kind of negates it negates the ability for Joe Rogan to be a trustworthy source of information when he is always bringing on people who are spreading misinformation, especially these days. Okay. I think back in the day, Joe was a little bit more, he had more of a variety of guests, but also that like he himself is engaging in misinformation. Back when he was just smoking weed and talking about aliens with crazies, it was one thing, but nowadays he does real harm. Yeah, like I didn't give a shit if Joe Rogan wanted to smoke weed and talk about extraterrestrial life and like space and all that shit that he loved to talk about. Joe Rogan's trustworthy. He's just wrong a lot, and is a conspiracy theorist who believes everything he reads on the internet. Yeah. It's like, no, you can definitely trust Joe Rogan, even though he's wrong all the time and is a conspiracy theorist. And if he reads something on the internet, then he believes it's true. He saw a fake wrestling match between two guys pretending to be father and son, and he fully believed that it was real. Right, because Rogan doesn't take 2 seconds. Rogan lacks media literacy. He doesn't care to do the research.
I saw a video today.
He doesn't care to like take 2 seconds to verify something. And when you have an audience that is the size that he has, you have a responsibility.
Match between a father and a son.
I remember this.
It made me so sad. Because there's this young kid. He looks like he's probably like 17 or 18, and the father's 42. And the father beats the shit out of him. I mean, like, dings him in the head. And
it's literally the Creator Clash match.
Keeps punching him. I'm like, that's your son. That's your son. And we're watching you beat your son up Because I get your son probably got cocky with you, and he celebrates after he knocks his son out. It made me so sad. Because first of all, I'm like, that kid has brain damage now, 100%. Maybe it's just a little. Maybe he'll be fine. Maybe he'll get over it. But maybe you fucked him up. That can happen too. He might be depressed from now on after that. It might fuck up his pituitary gland. It happens to people. And you just did that to your son. You're supposed to like touch him up. You're supposed to not even hurt him. Like slam him in the body a little bit. Like, you think he can fight? Okay, good dude. Okay, let's have a little boxing match. You don't tee off on your son's face on television. It's crazy.
How old was the kid?
Kid looks young. To me, he looks like, he could be 20. He could be 19. He looks young. He's real skinny. And the father's kind of jacked. Not too jacked, but, he's fit. And he can...
Oh, my God. And here's the thing, you guys, okay? Is this ultimately... Does this ultimately have a harmful consequences? No, it's very funny. Like it's so stupid, right? Like it's so funny. But this is just an example to show people who are like, well, Joe Rogan is trustworthy, that he does not verify information, that he doesn't take 2 seconds and whatever it is that he sees and the opinion of that he has formulated, that's just what he says.
Punch. He knows how to box. And the son doesn't look like he has any idea what the fuck he's doing. I don't know what the thing was. Music. Like someone sent it to me and they were like cheering that this old guy knocked his son out. I was like, you guys are crazy. That you failed. You failed as a man. Yeah, this is it.
That's not exactly what was happening.
It's not? What is it?
It's not just... Wait.
They're not father-son.
Oh, why does it lie? It says father knocks out son in celebrity boxing match.
Gotta get somebody to click on this.
Oh.
This was like a YouTuber thing. This guy's a YouTuber and he's a YouTuber.
I'm such a sucker.
I'm such a sucker. I mean, it's not just Joe. This is the average American. Right. But what I'm explaining is that the average American doesn't have tens of millions of people who listen to their podcast and are like forming their beliefs or, reaffirming their beliefs from this podcast. I don't give a shit when Joe Rogan is like doing conspiracy shit about things that don't have real world consequences. I don't care. Okay. Or when he like totally lacks media literacy on something like this. The problem is when he is talking about issues where there are real world consequences to them. And when he brings on researchers or science people, they're always like very controversial. They are always people who will back up whatever Rogan believes. These are often people who have already been criticized heavily by the scientific community at large, where they're like, just because this person has, doctor in their name doesn't mean that they are not engaging in really dangerous falsehoods. And Rogan will have them on and they'll just for hours spread falsehoods and there's no fact checking whatsoever. The problem is it opens the door to even wilder theories. Right, so it's a pipeline. Okay. What's happening to my apolitical streamer? Oh yeah, I'm being too political. I gotta go back. Silver Joysticks, thank you for the 7 months. He had an independent researcher on this Wednesday who spent about 3 hours discussing Jews controlling everything. Jesus fucking Christ. Rogan had on a well-respected researcher on, and he went at her about vaccines. She refused to vilify them. He hadn't had her back since that episode. He doesn't want to be challenged at all. Right. He does not want to... he does not want to be challenged. And so, I don't know. This Rogan here, this version of Rogan is the real bad Rogan, right? The guy who's really leaned into reactionary politics, who is Who's causing harm? He's not just the weed smoking dumbass talking about aliens anymore. Why, Johnny? Thank you for the 5 months. All right, let's watch some of this H-bomber video. But first, coffee. Okay, wait. Actually, I don't want to miss a moment. Hold on. Mama's gonna have a snack. Oh my god, we haven't talked about the Lady Gaga album yet. I've been enjoying. I have to listen to the full thing. Maybe I'll rank all the songs tomorrow. We can do like a tier list or something.
Don't worry, vaccines are perfectly safe, according to me. You might notice a little prick. Hello and welcome back to hell. I'm just vaccinating my profiteroles, immunizing them against the horrendous disease known only as not enough cream.
I like that H-Bomber takes forever to put videos out because they're very long and intensively researched, because it lets me catch up on old H-Bomber.
Itis. Unfortunately, while vaccines are great at stimulating my balls, in humans they've become quite the controversial topic. In the late 90s, an anti-vaccine movement started to pick up steam, claiming that they cause autism.
And the movement has plenty of washed-up celebrities flushing it, including what's-his-name, and that one, and some more. Here's 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump, coming out against medicine.
He once famously tweeted, "No more massive injections. Tiny children are not horses." I mean, of course they aren't. Horses aren't even real. But if there's an entire movement of people with documentaries and websites and Facebook pages with thousands and thousands of members backed by the former US president, why does everyone else seem to think they're obviously wrong? Has the mainstream medical establishment science cucked a majority of people into thinking they're safe so they can keep making money selling them? The vaccine debate is complex and multi-layered and hasn't been resolved for...
So I think Jim Carrey, when he was married to Jenny McCarthy, I think that's when he went down the anti-vaccine pipeline. Like, I'm pretty sure that was Jenny McCarthy's influence. I don't know how Jim Carrey is now. I know he wasn't as like... I remember the time he was not as hardcore as she was. It was always kind of a like, okay, why is Jim Carrey like, what's going on here? He's better now, if I recall. Yeah. I haven't seen him like piping up about anti-vax shit
for over 2 decades, so obviously it needs me to come and put an end to it in the space of a single YouTube video, by doing what I'm best at, destroying things with my mouth. Oh, hi, Mum. Was I vaccinated?
Have you been looking into moving out lately, son?
That's her adult
Now,
baby
the clever
boy.
clogs among you will know that there was an anti-vaccine movement of sorts in the 1800s when they were first introduced, but that movement died out on its own a long time ago. Of smallpox. The main argument in the modern movement is that they might cause autism. So let's see what, on paper, this claim is supported by. Yes, I just ended a sentence with a preposition, and if that annoyed you, we get it. Your school was expensive. We're all very happy for you.
Part 1. The easy version, in case you don't feel like watching this whole fucking video.
Wasn't it because her son was autistic and she blamed vaccines? Yes. Jenny McCarthy has a son who's diagnosed with autism. And she claimed that it came from the vaccination that he received when he was young.
In 1998, a study came out alleging a link between the MMR vaccine and autism. MMR vaccinates against measles, mumps, and rubella, which saves kids from having to get multiple painful shots and parents from having to know what rubella is. It was published in The Lancet, a very well-known medical journal, which made it seem credible. However, the paper was eventually found guilty of being bad. The science turned out to be bonkers, and multiple other studies on literally millions of children did not show that there was a link, and the paper was eventually retracted by the journal that published it. So retracted that it literally has retracted written all across
Cheater Riddles, thank
every
you for 2
page
months.
in
Jenny, thank
big
you for
red
22
letters.
months. Timmy, thank you for
My
5
printer
months.
just does black and white, so I've actually got an artist's impression of the real version. So far, that's some pretty
Why,
shaky
Johnny?
ground on the
Thank
anti-vaccine
you
side.
for-
But later, new evidence came out that
Oh, that's it. That's all the evidence. This segment is over now. Part 2. The existential horror of... Wait, that's it?
No, seriously. That's all the evidence. There is nothing else even remotely credible. There are some fringe pet theories as to what chemical in the vaccines causes the autism, but since vaccines don't cause autism, they're kind of putting the cart before the squid here. The anti-vax movement had next to no evidence 20 years ago, and now they have even less.
But hold on there, Daddy-O. Sure, you can sum up the entire issue in 52 seconds. Wow.
Yeah, I think that's important to note. There was never any evidence. None. And so that's why this fringe group of people who were convinced that vaccines cause autism, it, without evidence, has now proliferated because we had, we had this pandemic and more people started listening to these anti-vaxxers and be like, they're lying to you. And like, just it's scary how many more people believe something that is not based in any evidence.
Oh, but really, I don't think that's good enough. Everyone who's anti-vax at this point has probably already heard and isn't convinced by the easy version. I mean, if you're on the fence about vaccines, you're not going to change your mind because someone told you there was a paper once, but it got retracted, no matter how much they pitch shift their voice in post.
But what if you did want to change someone's mind on topics like this? The data on this issue is discouraging. Research shows that when someone becomes personally invested in an idea, they can become very close-minded, or worse, a YouTuber.
Political science professor Brendan Nyhan and his team spent 3 years studying how over 1,700 parents reacted to various different attempts to convince them to vaccinate their children, and found that no matter what they tried, parents who started out against vaccination didn't change their minds. And worse, trying to correct false claims about vaccines actually made some parents more against vaccinating. Nyhan told The New Yorker, "It's depressing. We were definitely depressed."
Now, as a fellow fan of logic and reason, I'm also doing great. But in today's particular, shall we say, socioeconomic climate, it's extra pressing that we figure out how to get everyone on the same page with regards to public health.
Yeah, especially when we just had the a second death reported in measles in this ongoing measles outbreak. Cases have climbed to over 200. They are jumping at alarming rates and are in up to like 12 states in this country. Yeah, it's in Texas. In Texas, it's continuing to spread. It's now in New Mexico. Like, this is terrifying. Measles is not something that there should be an outbreak of, and children should not be dying from this anymore. Like, we fixed this problem.
So the purpose of this video isn't just to point out a group that's wrong about something. The real question is, when someone is wrong about something, not just this, how do you change their mind? Now, personally, I'm not sure how to do that. If it was easy for humans to change their mind about stuff, then this video wouldn't need to exist, would it? But maybe we'll find some answers by exploring what convinced people vaccines might be dangerous in the first place. We should probably begin with that old 1998 study, because let's be honest, how many people on either side of this discussion have actually read it? People don't read scientific papers. They check out the blogs or videos of people who they already agree with, and they tell them what the science said. And I mean, same. I heard all the other people say the science was bad, and I believed them. And the anti-vax people probably just believed whoever told them it was true. So, to be unbiased about this, let's really start at the beginning. Look at the original paper. That's the wrong page. Let's actually read this old paper and see what it has to say and come to an honest conclusion about its findings.
5 minutes late.
What the fuck? This is why people are against vaccines? This is the worst fucking paper I've ever read in my life!
Can't reason with somebody who didn't reason their way into that position.
Let's talk about the study. I'm calling it The Study because its real title was Ileal Lymphoid Nodular Hyperplasia, Nonspecific Colitis, and Pervasive Developmental Disorder in Children, which is a bit of a tongue twister. I had to do a not insignificant amount
Oh my god, that's so funny. That's what I was thinking of naming my first kid.
Googling to find out whether it's pronounced ileal or ileal. Don't know why I bothered. If I got it wrong, it's not like you would have noticed.
The paper's lead author is Dr. Andrew Wakefield. I'm sorry, there's a mistake in my script. The paper's lead author is disgraced ex-Dr. Andrew Wakefield. Wakefield is seen by many as the founder of the modern anti-vaccine movement, since he was behind the paper that started the whole thing. Let's keep an eye on that guy. Oh, fucking. The smoke machine occasionally goes off on its own for no reason. I can't be bothered to get up. The paper's supposed purpose was to investigate a connection between bowel disorders and developmental issues in children, in particular targeting signs of autism.
Your first kid was
So
gonna be
first
afternoon.
off, what's a
It's too
colitis?
popular of a
Right,
name.
hold on. Okay, colitis is inflammation of the colon, one of the main symptoms of bowel diseases like Crohn's disease, for example.
Colitis.
By the way, we're going to use words like bowel, colon, and intestine interchangeably in this video. Don't let it confuse you, they're mostly the same thing. If you're a doctor, pretend you didn't hear that. The paper says non-specific colitis because it's not looking for specific kinds of inflammation. It's looking at whatever inflammation these children happen to have and seeing how they compare, because maybe they're all linked, and maybe they're even linked to the autism.
According to Wakefield, he just happened to notice a lot of kids with both autism and bowel disorders, and he launched the study to investigate a possible link. But what does all that have to do with vaccines? I mean, surely it must have found something for it to have caused all this controversy. Well, allow me to list the paper's highly scientific findings. Some of the parents of the children in the study think they remember the autism symptoms starting after the MMR vaccine. No, really, that's it.
Findings. Onset of behavioral symptoms was associated by the parents with measles, mumps, and rubella vaccination.
For literally decades, right, I've been hearing about this paper, and I've assumed that there must have been something there, like something to at least explore or discuss or debunk. Everyone lost their fucking minds over it, so surely there's something, and I finally go and read it, and it's just a bunch of fucking parents' opinions. There's nothing there. I can't fucking believe this. Like, seriously, the disconnect between the attempts at real science and the stuff.
I think it also speaks to the stigma against autism as well, where autism is treated as this horrible, horrible thing. And so people who have autistic children and they're just like searching for rather than embracing this mentality that having autism is, or having an autistic child is not a bad thing. It's like they go in the other direction and they're looking for something to blame. And so lo and behold, vaccines.
The parents think they remember is like so jarring. Like next to colonoscopies and biopsies and graphs of urinary excretions, you'll suddenly get sentences like,
he received a dose of measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine, the day after which his mother described a striking deterioration in his behavior that she did link with the immunization.
a note from your mother isn't science.
Oh
it's how
my
you get out of
God.
PE. I'm sorry, coach. I didn't really have polio. Maybe some home decorating will relax me. I love this poster because I'm smart, and now all my guests will know I'm smart. I have tons of guests. I'm a party animal. I have a charisma of at least 6. I wonder why The Economist interviewed ContraPoints and not me. Yeah, perfect. Does that look all right to you? No, Rachel, don't wave the camera. That's not how people communicate. Page 3 of the study provides a table listing each child's behavioral diagnosis, largely autism, and also what their parents identified as their exposure, the thing which...
Vaccines are what made your child become obsessed with Thomas the Tank
in
Engine.
their opinion, caused the diagnosis. Of course, most of them blame the vaccine. Now, while a bunch of opinions are about as useful in science as a bath made of teeth, we might as well explore how someone might end up having that opinion.
It's actually really common for us to... Actually, hey, Angie?
Yeah?
Could you draw me as a ferret, please?
Okay. Why?
I will not explain why.
It's actually really common for us to assume two things that happen to us around the same time must be caused by one another. That's how we, as ape people whose fur fell off one day, think about things with our tiny, godless little monkey brains. If you ate some strange new berries and got sick that day, you're basically programmed to connect the two for the sake of your own survival. This is the 1 in 10 times that evolutionary psychology is real. The rest are fake, Malcolm, but these correlations we make in our heads between events aren't necessarily...
Listen, brother, I got the vaccine and then my wife left me. Vaccines cause your wife to leave you, brother.
necessarily true. It might not have been the berries. It could have been all the budget energy drinks you import from Thailand. You know what? Maybe you can have too much carabao. Another big problem here is how humans relate to spans of time. Just like how under quarantine you might not even notice 4 months passing because nothing happens anymore. If someone coughs on you today and later in the evening you start to feel a bit sick, a lot of people might remember being coughed on and assume that's how they got it. But illnesses can take days or weeks to incubate. Maybe you don't remember the time you got coughed on 2 weeks ago by the guy who was delivering the last crate of energy drinks. Oh, Carabao, why is it so hard to quit you? Win football tickets? I can't wait to be in a crowd of people again. The table claims some of the parents notice the symptoms a few weeks, days, or even hours after getting...
Yeah, honestly, everything bad in life happened after we were vaccinated. I think we're sensing some causation here, okay? I got vaccinated as a baby, and then a bunch of shit happened.
the vaccine. But I do have to wonder how easy it is for someone to recall something as complex as the exact date of the onset of a child's behavioral symptoms. A BBC documentary from back in the day interviewed a parent and they said on camera that their son became autistic overnight after the vaccine.
What happened
Oh
to your
God.
son? Overnight. He had the fever, the high temp, literally overnight. He was never the same again.
Even the interviewer was like, literally? Literally overnight? Like, are you sure? The signs of autism appear gradually and grow over time. When parents first take notice, there could easily be other signs they missed. Another better documentary about all this we'll get to later actually found parents who realized they'd made this exact mistake.
Stacey and Damien no longer believe that their daughter's autism was caused by MMR. After researching and remembering Rebecca as a baby, they realised that she had already shown symptoms before she was vaccinated.
Parents don't necessarily notice the symptoms until they're fairly obvious, but that doesn't mean the symptoms...
Yeah, I just a reminder that even if you are a parent, it does not make you a child psychology expert, right? It doesn't make you an expert in the field of children's health, children's behavior. You're not a behavioral expert, okay? You're not that Rare W doing their own research. Yeah, can you imagine them being like, you know what, actually, little baby Jane was acting this way before the vaccinations, so Yeah, maybe this didn't cause it. What do you think should be the penalty if they're actually faking this for money? If who's faking what for money? H-Bomber's research on this video is what led to him doing another video later in plagiarism and YouTube video essays. We watched that one.
Weren't there, or their child wasn't.
Do you mean like the parents who then would be suing? Are you saying like they are pretending that the vaccines have caused autism in order to gain financially? No, they're saying this chatter is basically like, what should happen? What should the penalty be for parents who are faking this for money? Now I don't know what the breakdown is of like who is pretending because they want to, they want to sue the doctor or the hospital, whatever. Or how many of them, which in my opinion is most of them, actually believe that these vaccines cause autism. Keep watching. Okay, we'll keep watching. I don't have an answer for you right now.
Autistic beforehand. I'm bringing this up because it's important to make the distinction that whenever someone describes something like their child's first symptom, what they are really describing is the first symptom they personally noticed. Here's a timeline of the first 2 years of a child's development. Statistically, the average age that symptoms of autism become noticeable to parents is around 12 to 18 months. Children in the UK receive a dose of the MMR vaccine from between 12 to 15 months. Isn't it possible that these parents are blaming a coincidental event? You can even see evidence that this happens in the paper, because some of the other parents blame other totally coincidental events. One of them blames their child's autism on an ear infection they got a week before they first noticed the symptoms.
Oh my God.
Do ear infections cause autism now? No, of course not. But if it was
As a parent of a child with autism, when people go down this route, it makes me physically ill because they're basically invalidating my child's existence as a human being. Right. That's why I said earlier, a lot of these parents are very, they're being extremely ableist. They are stigmatizing autism. They are, rather than embracing their child with autism and not treating it as like this horrible thing, they're searching for something to blame, as if like this is an evil thing that happened and my child was perfectly normal before, and then they got vaccinated and now they're not
the only
normal.
other thing that you remembered happening to your child, you can see how someone might end up assuming they're related. Before this study was released, there were a few very small clusters of parents that thought vaccines caused autism or other illnesses. JABS, the Justice, Awareness and Basic Support Group, they really worked hard to make their name say JABS, had been around for a few years beforehand. The founder of JABS, Jackie Fletcher, asserts to this day that her son suddenly became severely autistic 10 days after his MMR vaccination, and has frequently tried to sue the government and MMR manufacturers for money over it. It's important to recognize that statistically, even if vaccines are perfectly safe, you're going to get a small amount of parents like her who are convinced that vaccines are harmful because they got one right before something like this happened. Before there was a scientific paper and thousands of news pieces telling them to, there really weren't that many parents of autistic children who blamed the vaccine. According to a pro-JABS piece made in May 2002 when the scare was happening, there were thousands of members, but before all that there were only about 30 sets of parents at best. And speaking of groups being too small to be statistically meaningful, another big problem, or to put it another way, a small problem, is sample size. Please hold your applause until the end. On its own, a study of a small sample size, like 12 children, can't prove anything about the rest of a population. I've made this point about people drawing sweeping conclusions from small studies before. However, it's important to understand sample size criticisms in the proper proper context. Studies on small groups happen all the time in science, for a good reason. They're often called pilot studies, and they're useful for figuring out how a bigger study should work in preparation for the real thing, or for checking to see if there's something worth looking into in the first place. A fraction of parents of the tens of millions of children who've had this vaccine saying they think there might be a connection is, at best, grounds to do a better study on a bigger group of children to find out if this connection actually exists. We're going to come back to this later because someone had the opportunity to do one of those, and what they did with that opportunity is very interesting. That was an awful take. Let me do that again. In summary, the science is really bad. It's bonkers. The study even admits it doesn't prove anything at the end.
We did not prove an association between measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine and the syndrome described.
The next sentence is hilarious.
Virological studies are underway that may help to resolve this issue.
The issue being that they don't have any proof. In science, it's expected to admit the limitations of your study. Papers and medical journals have high standards for what constitutes solid proof. However, Wakefield is using this as a shield. By hiding behind the defense that he hasn't claimed to prove anything, he can then speculate about a lot of things he hasn't proved. For example...
And it's interesting because people will cite like one doctor or one researcher who is sharing these beliefs, and they'll cite like the, one person that they can find who's out there being like, yes, vaccines cause autism, and they will ignore the overwhelming majority of the science community who is saying the opposite. And they will ignore that usually these doctors or scientists who are who are a very, very, very small minority of the professional medical community, they will ignore that they are usually ostracized, right? And they'll see it instead as like, oh, it's because they're truth tellers. They've been ringing the alarm bells. Example, my dad. Right. So they will go, oh yeah, you don't believe me? Well, here's this doctor who's saying it. I thought you believe in doctors. Aren't you saying that I should trust the science? Well, here's a scientist. The ironic thing is that since autism's genetic, there's a chance that at least one of the parents is autistic. Yeah, I don't know I don't know how the genetics exactly work, but that at least there's probably autism somewhere in the family.
These children appear to share similar, though non-specific, bowel problems. I say appeared because, well, we'll come back to that. But Wakefield takes this vague collection of similar things and concludes with the theory that could make his career, that the vaccine may cause autism and it happens through the bowels.
We have identified a chronic enterocolitis in children that may be related to neuropsychiatric dysfunction. In most cases, onset of symptoms was after measles, mumps, and rubella immunization. Further investigations are needed to examine the syndrome and its possible relation to this vaccine.
In literally the final sentences of the paper, Wakefield invents a new disease that combines bowel disorders and autism, and then speculates that MMR vaccination might cause the disease he just made up. This is absolutely buck wild, as some would
IBS
put it.
plus
It's
autism.
Like medical fan fiction. Sure, he admitted it just may be and said we need more research to prove anything, but now his made-up disease is in a published scientific paper in one of the most prestigious medical journals in the world. Journalists with little to no scientific knowledge go on to report on this paper as if it's discovering this new disease.
Doctors at the Royal Free Hospital believe they may have discovered a link between the combination vaccine and a bowel disease that can progress to autism.
What are you talking about? He admitted he didn't prove anything and then wildly speculated at the end. No! There is one last really weird thing about this paper we haven't mentioned yet, which most people don't seem to mention, which I find a little bit weird and indicates that no one has actually read it. Towards the end of the paper, Wakefield tries to find other papers that kind of support his findings, so he really has to scrape the bottom of the barrel.
Fudenberg noted that for 15 of 20 autistic children, the first symptoms developed within a week of vaccination.
Wow! That's a really interesting thing to... Isn't it? We should probably actually go read Fudenberg's paper and see what it has to say for itself. Freudenberg's 1996 paper cited here is from Biotherapy, a fringe journal for quacks that actually went out of business 2 years later. The paper is a pilot study on the effects of a substance called dialysable lymphocyte extract on children with autism.
Yes, Chatter. Autism has a strong genetic basis.
In addition to alleging that several of the children had become autistic within a week of getting vaccinated, are you ready for this? Freudenberg claimed that this extract he'd created could cure autism.
Of the 22 with classic autism,
Okay, so this is a big part of it, all right? When asking ourselves, why does the myth that vaccines cause autism persist? Is it because people just want kids to get sick? Is it because people are just so uninformed? No, the main reason is that for a lot of people, the idea of there being a link between autism and vaccines actually gives them hope. Because remember, people who fall down these conspiracy theory pipelines, who are vulnerable to believe something as deranged as like vaccines will make your kid gay or cause autism, whatever. At the root of it is actually like it seems strange on the surface, but it provides hope to them. And so by having a cause for autism, then it implies there is a cure for autism. And there is still such a massive stigma around autism that it is seen as this bad thing. And obviously, you know, on the extreme end of autism, it can require very serious care. It does not mean it is bad, right? Like kids or people who have autism where it requires extra care in school, at the home. It's a more difficult thing because usually it requires more resources to be able to provide kids the support that they need. And it's, you know, something that parents should not be left out in the cold on. But the point is that autism is not this thing where if you have an autistic child, then your child is quote unquote not normal. But a lot of people still have a very negative view of autism. And so if they can believe that there is a cause for autism and that cause is vaccines, then it means there's also a cure for autism. The main thing I learned about conspiracy theory is that conspiracy theorists believe in a conspiracy because that is more comforting. The truth of the world is that it is actually chaotic. The truth is that it is not the Illuminati or the Jewish banking conspiracy or the gray alien theory. The truth is far more frightening. Nobody's in control. The world is rudderless. Yes, people who are prone to believing conspiracy theories are looking for a sense of control. They're looking for something that's going to provide them hope. And whoop, there you go. This feels extremely related to the transphobic parents that believe in bullshit like rapid onset gender dysphoria, make believe that there were no signs that their children were trans.
became normal in that they were mainstreamed in school and clinical characteristics were fully normalized.
Became normal! Holy shit! And you want to know something funny?
I mean, I'm autistic. I wish I wasn't, but like I'm living my life. I mean, I would say like the reason that a lot of people who are autistic wish they weren't is because of the social stigma, is because of the lack of, the lack of support and still the lack of understanding of people with autism. So it's one of those like, if we lived in a perfect world where there wasn't this social stigma, where you didn't have these obstacles, where, you weren't struggling to receive the care and support that you need, then it would not be as much of a hindrance to have something like autism.
Funny? You want to know something funny? At the time that the study was published, Freudenberg didn't have a medical license. It was revoked the year before because he was caught stealing controlled substances from his job for personal use. The South Carolina Medical Board found him guilty of engaging in dishonorable, unethical, or unprofessional conduct. He admitted he'd done it in the
classic.
hearing too. So he got caught stealing drugs, admitted it, got fired, lost all credibility, probably wasn't even allowed within 100 yards of a stethoscope, and then a year later, he cured autism. According to him. And you know he's trustworthy because he admitted to stealing all those medical supplies. What I'm trying to say here is ex-Dr. Hugh Freudenberg's paper is one of the most obviously bullshit things I've ever read. And Wakefield had to cite it to create a precedent for his findings. This is the best he could get. You can see why it's a bit weird no one brings this up, right? In scientific circles, everyone who read Wakefield's paper, or worse, bothered to check the sources it cited,
He's
had,
just living his best
a
life.
few minor concerns. It was so concerning that The Lancet published in the same issue a response to the paper. Vaccine adverse events, causal or coincidental. It points out numerous problems, some of which we've discussed here already, and has some words to say about fear-mongering about vaccines like this.
Vaccine safety concerns, such as that reported by Wakefield and colleagues, may snowball into societal tragedies when the media and the public confuse association with causality and shun immunization. This would be tragic because passion would then conquer reason and the facts again in the UK.
This commentary would probably have seemed darkly apocalyptic at the time, but in retrospect, it was a shockingly accurate prediction. Like, they knew! They fucking warned us! So even before the paper was in the public eye, other doctors and scientists were looking at it and saying, "This ain't it, Chief." Is that still a current reference? I've aged 10 years in the last 2 weeks. Time is meaningless. But despite a lot of obvious concerns and clear weaknesses, Wakefield published the study anyway.
It's like that Alpha Wolf study guy.
He immediately held a press conference about it. This isn't something that anyone normally does in science, especially not after publishing a 5-page study that admits it didn't prove anything. The paper was so small and its findings so insignificant that it barely even qualifies as a paper. In fact, it was published in The Lancet as an early report. See, in the top left corner? Zoom in on it. It's there. You've got to be quicker on the draw than that. Holding a press conference for this is something you do if you want attention for your controversial paper, not if you're trying to do science. And here's where the whole thing really started. During the press conference, Wakefield pretended his study had discovered a risk so earth-shaking that the government should...
Yeah, Ume, that's a great point. So many resent people with autism, therefore cling to that hope you were talking about, because capitalism is ableist as shit.
Stop
Yes, it
using
is.
the MMR vaccine and replace it with measles, mumps, and rubella vaccines given
It always
separately.
comes back to capitalism. It's a Scooby-Doo villain being unmasked.
But we may be averting the possibility of this problem.
This is the moment that changed everything. Wakefield told a room full of reporters that based on his study, he felt the MMR vaccine could be putting millions of children at risk. The mainstream media were in love with the notion that the paper had found something, so they ran with it. All the way into hell.
In which the media gets
The paper
everyone
was bad,
killed.
sure, but mass movements against vaccines don't start because of the release of a paper. Like we discussed, people don't read papers. I didn't read it for like 20 years. And you know who else didn't read it? Every journalist who reported on it. But when a doctor publicly says the government is putting millions of children at risk with a vaccine rolled out nationwide, even if his paper's a load of old shit, you gotta report on that. The possibility was too tantalizing to ignore. It's really hard to get across how...
Yeah, because people will also treat someone like this lone doctor as a whistleblower, right? No, this ain't a whistleblower, okay? But that's the argument. We'll be like, there's only one guy because he's blowing the whistle, because he's doing what the rest of these scientists won't do because they've been paid off by big science.
Unavoidable the issue was. If you even glanced at a TV or a newspaper in the mid-2000s, it was MMR might cause autism, or it was Princess Diana is still dead.
Measles kills thousands of people every year. But today, questions about the vaccine.
Oh my God, Charmenthal, I've been through the same thing when I was a substitute teacher. It was a chore to get parents to come in to sign consent for testing. Some of my job is helping parents with the fear of finding out mixed with shame for me working with families. Yes, I dealt with the same thing when when I was a teacher, where I would, obviously I am not a doctor or a child behavioral expert, but when there were kids who were struggling in class and needed needed an ID and needed extra support, and that was a tough thing to try and bring up with parents.
Vaccination could be linked to a new side effect, a combination of bowel disease and autism.
Hundreds of articles, news pieces, and documentaries were made about the potential significance of this study. They rarely show or discuss the contents of the paper itself, but the doctor behind it came out against MMR. There's a potential link. There's a potential link, everybody. Panic! And do you know what happens when every news resource is screaming about the potential risks of a vaccine? You make millions of people terrified to vaccinate their children. I was growing up during the MMR scare, and the main thing I remember from the TV news at that time was big shots of pointy needles and children screaming as they get given an injection and ominous voiceovers saying, oh, these vaccines might be dangerous. It's almost like TV deliberately scares people for ratings because that's how this works. That's the entire point. If you want to know why thousands of parents think MMR gave their children autism, it's not because they came to that conclusion on their own. We've seen how, before all of this reporting happened, only a teeny tiny minority of parents made the connection between autism and the vaccine. They could only find 7 parents of autistic children who blamed MMR in the original study even. The only thing that changed was how many news outlets were telling everyone the vaccine might cause it. After years of the media telling them it could have been the jab, some parents started to believe it.
His symptoms started to appear when he was 2, soon after he had his MMR. This is the age at which autism usually develops, but his parents don't believe it's coincidence.
His parents didn't believe it was a coincidence because every news resource was telling them it might have something to do with the vaccine. And trusting that the media had done the work and knew what they were talking about, they believed what they were being told. The end result of publications and broadcasts like this was a lot of concerned parents, a lot of unvaccinated children, and a whole lot of new cases of measles.
With inoculation...
Yeah, so just to give you an idea now... A survey last year by Gallup suggests that the share of Americans who consider childhood vaccines to be extremely important has declined from 58% to 40%. So that is from 2019 to 2024. There's been a drop in 18%, and that is continuing to drop. The same survey found that 13% of Americans believe vaccines can cause autism, and that is up from 6%. And roughly half of Americans are unsure if vaccines cause autism. That's another scary thing, right? It's not just the people who are like, yes, 100% vaccines cause autism. There are many more people who are like, I don't know. I mean, I've heard people say that, but like, I'm not totally sure. And only 36% of people who were polled understand that vaccines do not cause autism. So this is a myth. This is this is dangerous misinformation that is only reaching more and more people. This house clip is from 2004, the peak of the yeah, that's exactly how it goes down in real life. You just convince them like that. If only all the doctors were like House. Just a classic case of the cold. Not anymore. Woke doctors are out of here.
Rates falling to dangerous levels.
In Ireland, the debate over MMR has been fueled still further by a measles outbreak which killed 3 children. Whatever the official evidence, which rejected a link between MMR and autism, fewer parents were prepared to take a risk.
I wonder why that might be. Could it be because every time you turned on the television, there's footage of a screaming child with a needle in its arm? Once literally every other doctor had come out saying, look, there's no proof, please stop doing this, a lot of journalists got really defensive suddenly and started putting out pieces like, no, I will not stop reporting scaremongering bullshit. Wait, the same journalist wrote both of these. She just spent like 6 months of her career complaining about people criticizing her. Amazing. So, what was Andrew Wakefield doing during all this? Well, he was getting interviewed non-stop and having clips played in almost all of these news pieces. He was like a celebrity, especially to the growing list of parents newly convinced by the media's reporting that he'd discovered why their children had autism. For a couple of years, Andrew Wakefield was the sort of guy who you filmed in slow motion in black and white. Holy shit. Wakefield used his time in the spotlight to spread even more doubt about MMR and continue to repeat the recommendation that parents get separate vaccines instead. At the press conference, in interviews in the aftermath, and 4 whole times on a 23-minute videotape he sent to journalists, he claims he thinks separate vaccines would avoid the risk of autism.
Andrew Wakefield says he appealed to the chief medical officer more than 6 months ago to give worried parents the option of the single vaccine.
My recommendation has been that children should continue to be vaccinated, but to separate the vaccines, there is sufficient anxiety
Jenny,
in my own
thank you
mind
for the
over the
gifted.
safety, the long-term safety of the polyvalent, that is the MMR vaccination in combination, that I think that it should be suspended in favour of the single vaccines. There is sufficient anxiety in my own mind that it would be sensible to divide them into separate doses. There is sufficient anxiety that the parents must have a choice of how they protect their children.
It's really kind of interesting that while the modern anti-vaccine movement insists that all vaccines are dangerous in some way, the guy who started the fear and anxiety that led to this was pro-vaccine.
We advocate vaccination. This is not anti-vaccine in any way.
He was really specific about...
Do you know what's really interesting too is that if you go back to like Jenny McCarthy in kind of the mid-2000s, celebrities or public figures who were engaged in saying vaccines cause autism, they would always be like, I'm not anti-vaccine. Like they would try to distinguish themselves, or they would try to sorry, not distinguish, like separate themselves from the crazies, right? The people who are anti-vax. Be like, no, I'm not anti-vax, but I am saying that the, that autism is something that's caused from the vaccines. But nowadays, like, it's just fully anti-vax. And there's more people who are anti-vax. But they'll, like, RFK says that as well. Well, he'll try to be like, I'm not against science, like, blah, 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 blah. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I'm not anti-vaccine, I'm pro-measles.
About the fact that he thought parents should keep vaccinating, just that they should use alternatives to MMR.
The single vaccines are likely in this context to be safer.
Remember that disease he speculated about at the end of his paper? That there might be some kind of bowel disorder caused by MMR that then leads to autism? This came up in the media a lot as well.
Could the MMR jab be causing a strange new kind of bowel disease that was turning the children autistic?
Measles, mumps and rubella given together may be too much for the immune system of some children to handle. There is a bowel disease, a new syndrome associated with regressive autism, and that may be related to MMR.
Eventually, he even came up with a name for it: autistic enterocolitis. Wakefield's theory, when he tries to explain it, is that the almost dead measles virus present in the MMR vaccine can get stuck in the intestine somehow, causing all that inflammation they apparently found in the study. More on that later. Which leads to it not digesting certain foods like bread and milk properly, turning them into, his words, a morphine-like substance, which then leaks out of the bowel and into the brain, causing autism.
Morphine-like substances from the gut that you and I produce in our diet from milk and wheat are actually getting access through that leaky gut into the developing brain.
This theory is, very strange. One of the many strange things about it is that it specifically implicates the measles part of the vaccine. If measles, when it's in a vaccine, can cause a syndrome that leads to autism, how could you possibly be so certain that the separate vaccine for measles would be safe?
The risk of this particular syndrome developing is related to the combined vaccine, the MMR, rather than the single vaccines.
Okay, sure, but why? On what basis are you saying that, Andy? How could a doctor so easily make that recommendation?
And it may be that giving the measles on its own reduces the risk of this particular syndrome developing.
He just keeps saying it.
My opinion, again, is that the monovalent, the single vaccines, measles, mumps and rubella, are likely in this context to be safer than the polyvalent vaccine.
That's the MMR vaccine.
There's actually a real reason why he recommended the separate vaccines so much. We'll get to that later. Here's the one example I could find of an interviewer asking him to explain himself.
But even supposing the measles element of the MMR vaccine had deposited the virus in the intestinal tissue of these children, a single jab of measles might do the same.
Theoretically, it might.
But you're advocating a jab, single jabs instead of MMR.
I said theoretically.
Oh, only theoretically. Well, that's fine then. What a great scientist.
But if you say
Why does he have like dead
then
eyes?
how can you advocate a single
Yeah, this
jab of
guy literally looks dead. Why would you
measles,
trust
even if there's
him?
only a theoretical possibility that it might damage a child?
While that question mark exists, at the very least, parents deserve a choice of how they protect their children against these infections, whether it be with the MMR vaccine or whether it is with the single vaccine.
He always finds a way.
But it's not what do you mean choice? No, it's a misinformed choice.
To pivot back to how, in the midst of all of these questions and concerns, which he started, parents should at least have the option of a separate vaccine. Honestly, you'd think he was some kind of salesman for alternative vaccines. Autistic enterocolitis is not and has never been accepted as real by gastroenterology, the field specializing in the stomach and intestines. But an ordinary person, or worse, a journalist, might not understand it enough to know that it doesn't make sense. So, of course, it got reported as an interesting new idea.
It was a bold and controversial
It was like Evil Bill
That's an interesting
Skarsgård.
choice of words. This piece by that really defensive lady, Melanie Phillips, one of the most well-paid journalists in Britain at the time, is still continuing to spread it in this very article about being criticised for spreading it. She calls it a unique gut-brain disease. When you imagine a new disease, of course it's gonna sound unique, Melanie. No red flags popping up around the fact that no disease has ever functioned like this before? No? Fucking hell! This completely unproved, unique, bold, and controversial theory was irresistible to Phillips, a Bigot of the Year award-winning
We need to cut off Britain until we figure out what's going on
writer,
there.
famous for also denying climate change, calling Obama an Islamist, describing a group of liberal Jews as Jews for genocide, and opposing both
she
Irish
sounds
independence
fun.
and gay rights, which she dismissed as an attack on the traditional family by cultural Marxism. It's not shocking that Phillips was wrong about MMR. It's her job to be wrong about everything. The truly shocking thing about this is that for once, the entire rest of the British media were on the same side as her, uncritically regurgitating everything Wakefield said to millions of people. This completely irresponsible reporting caused fear, vaccine hesitancy, kickstarted an anti-vaccine movement that's still here today, and resulted in the deaths of children from completely preventable diseases. And that's the tea, sis.
Like, that is what is so excruciating about this, is that kids are dying from preventable diseases. Like, been there, fixed that problem, and we are going backwards. We are reversing progress.
There's real liquid in there. I'm not doing a bit. I will spill it if I try and show it to you. I'm sorry. But look. See? It's real. It's not tea, though. It's coffee. I'm not a farmer. Perhaps
And the thing is, too, is that people will use they will use like the same argument that they use for trans and gay people. Well, they'll be like, clearly there's a problem here because now more people have autism than ever. Like Trump said recently, Trump, who has expressed his concerns about a rise in diagnosed cases of autism. And he was like, the autism rate's at a level that nobody ever believed possible. Like, Trump and autism he should never be talking about autism. And he's like, if you look at things that are happening, there's something that's causing it, right? And he knows who he's speaking to. Trump does all this because he knows the crowd that he is speaking to. And he's like, I don't know what it is, but something's causing it. Things are happening. And for something to happen, there needs to be a cause. And so there are people who are like, yeah, wait a second. Why does everybody have autism now? Why is it that everybody's autistic? How come there's suddenly all these gay people when there weren't gay people before? Right? Like, where all these trans people come from? They weren't there before. And so similarly, like with autism, is the increase in autism rates is because there's greater public awareness, right? We have, even though there is still a social stigma, we have made progress in destigmatizing. It's not, it's not perfect, but we've made progress. So once upon a time, you know what they did? Families would do to their family members who had autism. They would lock them up. They would send them to institutions. That's what they did with a lot of things. Like if you had depression, if you had mental illness, like whatever it was, if you're a mom who's just so tired, send them to the asylum. Truly, you just would lock them up in the asylum, and that was it. Yeah, lobotomize them. Just stick a thing in their ear and pick their brain around. Ask RFK's sister, or Rose Kennedy. A lot of women were locked up for hysteria. Yes, and they did this to people with autism. So it's a good thing that we aren't doing that as much, right? That we have worked on public awareness and we have advanced in our in our understanding that like the solution is not locking people up who are atypical. And also the diagnostic criteria for autism has expanded. So when you expand the criteria for diagnosing somebody with something like autism, you are inevitably going to have a higher rate of autism. So it's not that hard to understand. But again, you got people like Trump being like, why are there all these autistic people everywhere? Something is happening. And then the answer is vaccines. There's a documentary about autistic children hospitalized in Bulgaria. It's brutal. Right. Like, we don't want to be doing that. It's good to have higher rates of autism when that means that less people are, being institutionalized.
The only thing more frustrating than seeing the media do everything it can to push pseudoscience was how everyone actually addressed the topic of autism. Autism is a complex condition we still don't fully understand, with many variations in symptoms and severity. But the media never mentioned that. They deliberately went looking for the most severe and extreme cases they could find, and then filmed them to exploit for television. Children who couldn't communicate verbally or had severe physical disabilities as well. The intent to make the MMR question as serious as possible resulted in an almost pornographic
Where
obsession
did all these
with suffering
left-handed
children.
people
They
come
went out of
from?
their way to portray autism as a horrific tragedy that it's worth risking a disease to avoid. And yeah, measles is a disease. Like, it kills people, it can cause incredibly severe complications that are with people for life. We as a society are no longer really aware of just how dangerous measles can be because we don't see all those complications as much because of vaccinations. Measles, mumps, and rubella are legitimately dangerous and potentially life-threatening diseases, and it says a lot about how we think about neurodivergence that it's worth risking that to avoid being autistic to some people. Hell, I was in Waitrose a few months ago. I never shop there, but I pretend to so I can use their unnecessarily massive parking space. And I saw them selling a magazine with this on the cover. reignite your child's brain
God.
with alternative treatments. What they mean there is alternatives to treatment. This is not how a healthy society discusses its people. Autistic people have to navigate a world that refuses to accommodate them in the slightest, to the point they're regularly confronted with the idea other people think their brain has gone out. Come on, get it together.
Yeah, and the thing is that a vaccine autism link is very appealing because it simplifies the issue, the solutions to the issues here, right? The fact that this world is not accommodating to autistic people, that we do not have a healthcare system that at all is where it's at to meet the needs of people who have something like autism. That, you know, there's a lot of challenges that still exist. And so it simplifies those challenges when you go, oh, all you have to do is just not vaccinate your kids. Easy peasy, right? Rather than tackle these problems with our systems, which is challenging, right? It's a lot more. You just go, simple. Don't give them the vaccine.
Waitrose, you're the upmarket, upper class, rich people
Even
supermarket. You're supposed to be the smartest.
We do.
What's going on there? The only thing that needs igniting here is your fucking shops. Did we get clearance to say that? Okay, that was a joke. While the MMR scare was at its height, the entire media landscape was a unified front in saying, wrongly, that autism is the worst fate imaginable for a child, and much worse than dying of measles, so a lot of kids didn't get vaccinated. Then again, it wasn't all bad. Some parents just vaccinated their children for measles, mumps, and rubella separately. Which, by the way, was pretty expensive.
But they don't want their child to have MMR. They'd rather pay for single vaccines at £60 a shot.
60 quid? By jolly, governor! Imagine millions of parents wanting an expensive alternative vaccine because all of a sudden a study had come out saying that the regular one might cause autism, and a prominent scientist was cautioning against it.
He'd urged the government to split MMR into separate vaccines.
Giving the measles on its own reduces the risk of this particular syndrome developing.
Why?
I'm surprised. I wonder why they haven't said that vaccines make you gay, unironically. Oh, they have. That's literally a theory, a conspiracy theory that has been boosted by QAnon. That vaccines make kids gay and trans. Just know at this point, y'all, it is 2025. If you're like, I'm surprised that there's not a conspiracy theory of, oh, no, there is. Absolutely. Like, everything has been said. Hasn't RFK Jr. himself, or maybe he was talking about chemicals in the water. It was something. Didn't he say that like the tap water? Well, obviously we have Alex Jones being like, they're turning the frogs gay. RFK Jr. has also said that the chemicals in water are impacting kids' sexuality. So like, it's not even when we say these conspiracy theories exist, it's not just like some guy named Gunner on Facebook who's like, yeah, them vaccines is turning the kids gay. Like, these are conspiracy theories that are being spread, that are propagated by people like RFK Jr., who is now the fucking Secretary of Health Services.
Whoever was producing and selling the alternative vaccine would be in for a fucking gold mine, wouldn't they? They'd make an absolute fortune. Here's a funny thing about that. Part 4. Andrew Wakefield is a lying con man who wanted your money. Oh, sorry, that puts me at risk of libel, doesn't it? Hold on, let's revise that. Part 4. In my opinion, Andrew Wakefield is a lying con man who wanted your money. So we have Wakefield's paper.
Camp-tramp, thank you
the
for the 18
implication
months.
that MMR might cause autism in there. And you have Wakefield saying, you and I can both agree that there might be a conflict of interest there if Wakefield was selling an alternative vaccine, right? We can all agree that would be fucked up, wouldn't it? Here's Wakefield's patent on an alternative measles vaccine. This little piece of shit was filed 6 months before the study was released. So, what's going on there, Andy? Something you want to tell us, buddy?
It's time to introduce someone new to the story. Brian Deere is an award-winning investigative reporter with a long history of exposing medical fraud, specializing in the pharmaceutical industry, and the perfect sort of person for the middle of this health scare. Deere was one of the few journalists who didn't simply accept what Wakefield was saying at face value, and thought to dig a little deeper into the study and what he was really up to. Deere called the hospital Wakefield worked at with some basic questions, the kind that Wakefield apparently wasn't used to getting. Within 3 hours of doing so, Wakefield's publicist, you know, doctors hiring publicists to promote them, that happens all the time, had made a complaint about Deere to the newspaper he worked at. Deere, of course, only grew more interested. His eventual 2004 documentary, MMR What They Didn't Tell You, is the better documentary I mentioned before. And by better, I mean blew the doors off of Andrew Wakefield's whole scheme. It was Deere who discovered Wakefield's patent. Let's take a look at that patent now.
The present invention relates to a new vaccine/immunization for the prevention and/or prophylaxis against measles virus infection.
Now, I'm not a big-time science-talking fancy guy, but this sounds a little bit like a measles vaccine. The patent was submitted in June 1997, so Wakefield had done most of the study and then rushed to patent a method of making a competing vaccine he could sell later. And guess what? If you look closely at the patent, you can see a familiar name on there next to Wakefield's. Remember Hugh Fudenberg? The quack who thought he could cure autism after having his medical license revoked? His name is also on the patent! He's credited as a co-inventor of this vaccine! Fudenberg's company, the very real and legitimate sounding Neuroimmunotherapeutics Research Foundation, is listed on the patent along with a business address. In the documentary where he revealed the existence of this patent, Brian Deere went to that address to try to find Fudenberg and discovered the company—
Yeah, that's the fucking joke here. Okay, is that these people would be like, you can't trust you can't trust these institutions, you can't trust, blah 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 blah, because they're just trying to make money off you. And in turn, people would be like, yeah, these companies and these scientists are being paid off by these companies are just trying to make, they're just trying to make money off us. But so often those who are citing themselves as like the whistleblowers or the experts on these things, they're charlatans as well. I said before that Alex Jones, who so much money that he brought in was from his various InfoWars merchandise and products, and how on the one hand is like, they're turning the frogs gay. Don't take this thing, don't take that. They're just trying to steal your money from you and make your kids autistic and gay. But use my supplements instead. Buy my supplements. And it's like, oh, okay, don't use this product over here, right? Don't use this medicine over here. Use mine instead. Yeah, it's not scammers scamming. No way. Buy my product instead. And both Goop supplements, like whatever shit they're selling at Goop and what Alex Jones was selling at InfoWars, it was the same thing. It was just packaged differently. So it's just, to say that it is about money. It is about money. And these people are charlatans who are just trying to get you to buy what they are selling.
The company had already shut down and the building had become a real estate agency. Looking that address up now, it appears to be a hairdresser's.
Buy my product that
doesn't
cures
look like
autism.
one of America's premier research foundations.
When he did find him, Deere asked Fudenberg about the whole thought he could cure autism thing, and,
Do you believe that autism can be cured?
Yes.
Cured?
Yes. It's cheap, it's oral, no injections. 1 pill a day, every other day for 3 to 6 months.
And where does that come from?
From my bone marrow.
From your own personal bone marrow?
Yeah.
I mean, that seems extraordinary.
Yeah.
What? That motherfucker is making his medicine out of his bone marrow?
Just to quickly remind you, this man is the co-inventor of Wakefield's alternative vaccine. You know what? You got me. Vaccines might be dangerous. And just in case it wasn't extremely obvious what a hasty fucking scam Wakefield and his one friend who agreed with him were putting together,
Freudenberg's name is spelled wrong on the patent. The other inventor of this vaccine besides Andrew Jeremy Wakefield is one Hugh Fundenberg. Nice one, Jeremy.
By 1999, Wakefield was the director of several medical businesses, Immunospecifics Biotechnologies Limited and Carmel Healthcare Limited, named after his wife at the time. She later divorced him. He started shopping these companies around for investors based on the very convenient patent he'd got right before the health scare he caused. But in addition to the vaccine, Wakefield had another product in mind. If autistic enterocolitis turned out to be real, big if there I know, that would mean there would be a completely new market in the form of testing for this new disease. Wakefield planned on producing and selling diagnostic kits meant to test for autistic enterocolitis. A private and confidential prospectus for potential investors acquired by Brian Deere claimed,
"It is estimated that the initial market for the diagnostic will be litigation-driven testing of patients with AE, autistic enterocolitis, from both the UK and the USA."
Describing the target audiences as
parent groups and lawyers representing affected individuals
and
major pharmaceutical companies.
These prospectuses also calculated how much these businesses would be worth.
It is estimated that by year 3, income from this testing could be about £3,300,000, rising to about £28 million.
Adjusting for inflation, that upper estimate is about $72 million. If you think that's bad, years earlier he estimated a much larger number to the for-profit branch of the Royal Free Medical School. £72.5 million per year. Almost...
That's why these people are fucking evil, okay? They are nasty motherfuckers.
$200 million in today's money. In an inventor school investor meeting document that Deere obtained, Wakefield teased they could charge premium prices for the technology he intended to develop. Wakefield also became director of a third business, Unigenetics Limited, in the Irish Republic. Wakefield applied for and was successfully given £800,000, more than $2 million today, in government funding to begin developing the test. And this is all on top of how much money Wakefield would get if he managed to get the funding to manufacture his alternative vaccine. Companies like Axcam Pharma in Canada were paying to fly him out to discuss his business plans. According to Brian Deere, he was also negotiating a consultancy with Johnson & Johnson and developing connections with both Merck and SmithKline Beecham. This guy was sure he was going to be rolling in money. I wonder if this might point to a financial incentive to discredit MMR. Watching Wakefield repeatedly push for getting alternative vaccines just in case.
I'm sorry, but did the vaccine cause that haircut? Like, that's the thing we should be concerned about. Did the jab cause his hair to look like that? Or he's just British? Oh, right.
He's really chilling to watch now. You have to watch him sit there and create demand for his planned future products, and no one watching knows what he's up to. They think he's a doctor, just asking questions about MMR. No wonder he wasn't anti-vaccine. He wanted you to buy his. That said, there were a few roadblocks to the success of these businesses. The first is that autistic enterocolitis is a fake disease he just made up, which means it's very hard to invent a test for it. In Ireland, at Unigenetics, Wakefield brought in a colleague, John O'Leary, to try to get the testing kits to work. O'Leary claimed his test could find measles virus in the bowels of autistic children.
He'd found measles virus in most of the samples he'd tested from children with autism and bowel disease.
This is the closest Wakefield or any of his cohorts would ever come to proving autistic enterocolitis exists. But this quickly fell apart. Every other lab that tried to recreate his results found the same thing. The only way his equipment could get the results he was getting is if there was contamination or if his machine had been calibrated wrong. It turned out later it was both. Test tubes that didn't have measles in them tested positive for measles. O'Leary had an 11.1% stake in Immunospecifics, the company which would be selling the kits, which would have made him incredibly rich if the test had eventually worked. But strangely, he stopped being able to get these results once people started scrutinizing his work. So that's £800,000 of taxpayer money down the drain.
Oh my god.
The second problem was that potential investors who looked into his alternative vaccine, even slightly, would notice that the guy who co-invented it was a doctor who had just been fired and thought he could cure autism using his fucking bone marrow! So I guess what I'm saying is there was a slight delay in finding people willing to fund it. Finally, as Wakefield tried to launch his businesses, there was a critical shake-up at the hospital he was working at. While many of the Royal Free Hospital's higher-ups were fans of Wakefield's controversial paper and the attention it brought to the hospital and medical school, and some of them were even involved directly with his new businesses, in late 1999, the school got a new head of medicine named Mark Pepys. Pepys was a specialist in fields close to what Wakefield was speculating about in his papers, and like most scientists who knew anything about the subject, could tell something was up. Wakefield was sent a letter voicing concerns about the scientifically unjustified basis of the work the companies were doing, along with the incredibly obvious conflicts of interest happening here. You know, you kind of have a vested interest in proving a link between vaccines, bowel disorders, and autism when you intend to make millions of pounds off it. Even then, they volunteered to support Wakefield more, but not in the way he wanted. Remember that thing I said about pilot studies? I'm sure you do. You have a good memory. I really respect that about you. They offered to continue employing him, but only if he undertook a new, much bigger study to actually explore the original study's findings properly. He was offered help with a study on a
it's the money, man. It all comes back to the money. I mean, RFK Jr., he has made tens of millions of dollars via these public crusades. Like, the amount of people who have bought his one fucking book about, like, vaccines and all that shit, it's he makes so much money. He's so successful from it. Like, it's it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating that there are people who are financially benefiting like this. It's bad enough, okay? It's bad enough that there are a lot of vulnerable people who are prone to believing this kind of stuff, but that there are those who understand that they can run a scam here, that you know, they are of the charlatan nature and can and have found a home within this type of within these types of crusades.
150 patients to confirm what he had only really speculated about so far with a study of 12.
Good scientific practice now demands that you and others seek to confirm or refute robustly, reliably, and above all,
I'm in the wrong
reproducibly,
business.
the possible causal relationships between MMR vaccination and autism,
Hey, y'all.
autistic
Vaccines make you gay.
enterocolitis, and inflammatory bowel disease that you have postulated.
Autistic enterocolitis is in quotes. They don't believe him, it's great. This would be any legitimate scientist's dream. The freedom and support to fully explore a hypothesis and discover the truth. Wakefield agreed to perform the study, but then he never actually did it. Pepys would later go on to say Wakefield was a wanker and a fraud. Eventually, in 2001, after repeatedly ignoring calls to do the study he'd agreed to do, he was told to leave. Check out this article all about... Oh, I love journalism.
Last November, Andrew Wakefield left
He's
the
a
Royal Free
wanker.
Hospital by mutual agreement.
Capitalizing on his perceived reputation with the public as a man who had discovered a link between vaccines and autism, Wakefield said,
I have been asked to go because my research results are unpopular.
This was meant to sound conspiratorial, like, they let me go because I'm making MMR look bad. But it seems like he was just unpopular with people because they could tell he was a fraud. And a wanker. At
He's
this point,
such a
Wakefield's
wanker.
career as far as real medicine was concerned was over, and his businesses failed to get off the ground because he no longer had any legitimacy left. What pharmaceutical company or other investor is going to give money to a doctor who just got fired for refusing to prove the thing he's trying to get funding for even exists? In 2003, Dia's investigation was in full swing and beginning to uncover all of this. He also made a really interesting discovery about something that took place during the original study. You know that whole autistic enterocolitis thing? Both his theories about MMR's danger and his new businesses making testing kits for the disease rested on being able to find the measles virus in the intestines of children with autism.
The question we've been asking, is measles virus present in the intestine of these children.
The BBC documentary covered this search extensively, with Wakefield saying in an interview that proving it was there would require finding the RNA of the virus in tissue samples.
The gold standard.
He looks like a
is to find
Spider-Man villain. Wait, he actually does look like a Spider-Man villain.
the gene of the virus in there.
The big deal here is if Wakefield can't find the gene of the virus, then his theory is wrong. In these interviews, Wakefield is trying to imply that they've only just started looking for the virus, so they haven't found it yet, but that's okay, they've only just started looking, right? This turned out to be a lie. Dear discovered that Wakefield had already looked for it, and it's not there. Dr. Nick Chadwick worked on Wakefield's paper and was a specialist on methods of finding measles RNA in tissue samples. Wakefield actually helped co-author some of his work. So of course, Wakefield had Chadwick look for measles RNA in the tissue samples taken from the children in the study. These were the children Wakefield was sure must have measles somewhere in their guts, since he was blaming their autism on it. However, when he looked, he never found any measles whatsoever.
Did you find measles virus in those children?
No. No single case did I find any measles virus in those children.
This means that Wakefield already knew, before he even published the paper, that
You switched the samples!
measles couldn't be found
Casual
in the guts
MJ,
of
thank you for the
autistic
2
children.
months.
Dr. Wakefield's theory was that it was measles virus itself that was responsible for a bowel disease and then leading on to some kinds of autism, and you found no measles virus.
That's correct.
The final published version of the 1998 study doesn't have Dr. Chadwick's name on it, even though he did a lot of work for it. Chadwick later wrote in a signed declaration that he specifically asked for his name to be left off the paper because he wasn't comfortable with how Wakefield was still pushing his theory, even though he'd found 0 positive tests for measles. By this point, he
Andrew
was
Wakefield
already
trying to
planning
kill
to launch a
Spider-Man.
business selling testing kits based on this theory,
The
so he
haircut!
ignored the work in his own lab that disproved him and kept saying he thought measles could cause a bowel disease that leads to autism, and kept looking there for measles for years afterwards. The BBC documentary is about his hunt for the measles virus, because even 4 years after launching his paper, he still hadn't found anything else to back up what he was saying. I actually have to give some credit now to this BBC documentary.
Oh my god, like, has anybody ever tried the most to prove something that's just not true? This guy is doing the most. You know what he's not doing the most with, though? His haircut.
They mostly side with Wakefield and assume he's going to find the proof soon. There is one segment where the interviewer's like, wait a second.
Shouldn't you have proved it before you said it?
As I say, proof may be 10, 15 years away in terms of definitive scientific
No,
proof.
it doesn't work that way.
No.
Obviously, after discovering all this, Brian Deere had even more questions for Wakefield, which Wakefield was continuing to avoid.
I've been trying now to speak with him for a year. We even wrote, but he didn't reply.
Deere eventually just went to an autism conference Wakefield was speaking at. After his presentation, Deere approached him with questions.
Dr. Wakefield, I'm sorry to interrupt. Brian Deere, Channel 4 Television. Could I talk to you about your research, sir, and your commercial ambitions? Excuse me.
There's something kind of
Source,
cathartic
trust me,
about
bro.
just how guilty Wakefield
Just
acts
trust me,
here.
bro.
Like, he's happily hanging around after his talk, casually answering questions from concerned parents and other reporters, and then, the instant he recognizes Brian Deere, the guy he's been actively avoiding for over a year, he turns and leaves the room as fast as he can. Wakefield's only defense against his clear financial incentive to discredit MMR is to run away and hope you leave him alone. And since Deere clearly wasn't doing that, Wakefield decided to escalate. A few months after this footage of him heroically running away like a baby from Basic Inquiry was broadcast, Wacky Andy filed a defamation lawsuit against Channel 4, who produced the documentary, the Sunday Times, who published some of Deere's reporting, and additionally, he sued Brian Deere's personal website, briandeere.com. Can you imagine being that petty? In 2004, 10 of the paper's original 13 authors came forward to publicly retract the interpretation section of the paper. Half a decade after its publication, a vast majority of the people who worked with Wakefield on his paper have gone on record to say they think his conclusions are bollocks. At this point, Wakefield's study's coffin has fallen through the floor from the sheer weight of all the nails that have been hammered in it. So, that's the foundational study of the anti-vaccine movement.
a hack frauds bullshit paper claiming that a handful of parents know better than all doctors, so he could sell an alternative competing vaccine that he'd patented, which he thought he was going to make millions selling. The evidence against the movement can't get much worse than that, can it?
Oh.
That was a joke. Part 5, it gets much worse. Right?
I like when H-Bomber gets increasingly more in disbelief at just the absolute stupidity of whatever it is that he is, whatever the video is covering. And he just gets like more and more frantic. Much worse how? Look, it's an H-Bomber vid, and if there's one thing I've learned is just when you think it's over, oh no.
India didn't stop there. Wakefield was trying to sue him to get him to stop digging.
Beginning.
And guess what? One of the first rules of investigative reporting is that if they try and sue you for finding things out, you're probably onto something.
I mean, he brought me into the story by virtue of the fact that years ago he sued me.
He discovered that 2 years before the paper was published, Wakefield had been hired by a lawyer to conduct the study. The lawyer, Richard Barr, had realized there was potentially millions and millions of pounds in bringing a class action lawsuit against MMR manufacturers on behalf of parents of autistic children. But since there was no actual evidence the vaccine did this, he paid Wakefield to find some. Wakefield charged Barr £150 an hour for the time he spent working on the study, eventually totaling over...
Are these guys in jail? Like, this is jail. This is jail.
£435,000. In today's money, that's more than $1.1 million. This was more than 8 times his yearly salary at his job at the hospital.
Descending into madness.
6 months before The Lancet published the study, Barr sent Wakefield a letter saying, and I quote, actually I got Sean to say it,
I have mentioned to you before that the prime objective is to produce unassailable evidence in court so as to convince a court that these vaccines are dangerous.
Oh, okay. This whole thing was bullshit, wasn't it? And
of course,
hey,
I didn't expect. I did not actually expect that they would have been found, that they would have been held responsible for this.
Jabs was involved with the lawsuit, and it turned out their members helped to recruit many of the parents to the study in the first place. I swear to God, this isn't one of the joke logos we made. This is actually the header on their Facebook page. This low-resolution, shitty nightmare. Jackie Fletcher, the founder of Jabs, was also a litigant in the lawsuit. They needed her connections to the dozen or so other parents who actually blamed MMR to be able to do all of this. Some of the parents were even involved with the lawsuit too. It's kind of clever if you think about it. A couple of parents blamed vaccines for their child's autism and wanted to sue its manufacturer, but there was no evidence it wasn't just a coincidence, so they told their opinions to a doctor their lawyer had hired, who would then report those opinions in a paper. And now in court you can say there's scientific evidence implying a link between vaccines and autism, even though the link is just those opinions from before. There's probably a word for this trick. Idea laundering? I don't know. Not all of the parents knew the study was...
Yeah, I just have to say, for the damage that Wakefield did, 1.1 million, that's not that much money. It's really not. In the scheme of how much harm this motherfucker caused, should have at least gotten more.
Was being done to help a lawsuit, but they were all chosen deliberately. However, like we explored earlier, not many parents in 1996 blamed vaccines for autism, so they had to cast a wide net to even find the couple of parents they did. Child 11 wasn't even from England. He was from California. If a contact of Jabs or Richard Barr thought you might suspect vaccines made your child autistic, you and your child were being flown around the world to take part in this study. And even then, some of the parents still turned out not to blame the vaccine. I cannot stress enough what a fucking shambles this paper was. Most of the other doctors working on the study had no idea the guy running it had been paid hundreds of thousands of pounds to discredit MMR. According to Chadwick's later testimony, Wakefield worked separately with each individual scientist working on the study, instead of bringing them all together, which would have been the normal thing to do. This afforded Wakefield a good level of secrecy about his motives. The other scientists must have largely thought they really were looking into a connection between autism and bowel disorders in children. So even the doctors and scientists involved were being lied to and tricked into lending their time and effort to a study being done to help a lawsuit make some lawyers a lot of money. Once all of this came out, Wakefield was, medically speaking, fucked. While he'd been asked to leave his post years earlier, he still had a license to practice medicine in the UK. But amidst all of these discoveries, the General Medical Council began a fitness to practice hearing against Wakefield, going through the records of the study to evaluate whether his behaviour had been ethical.
The row he started dominated the headlines. Now his conduct, not his views, will be making the news.
This hearing would go on to last for 217 days, making it the longest in General Medical Council history, and longer than the O.J. Simpson trial. This is Wakefield's only legitimate achievement. He made such a fucking mess, it took that long to pick through it all. Meanwhile, remember when Wakefield sued Brian Deere? This would turn out to be the worst mistake he ever made in his life.
Chad, Brian Deere.
Because Wakefield's libel case was related to accusations of what he did during a study, that meant that the records of what happened in the study were evidence in the case now. I mean, how else were they going to prove it was libel or not? The judge agreed that Deere had to be granted access to the confidential, unredacted medical records of the children from the study. By trying to sue a journalist into shutting up, Wakefield had accidentally given him permission to see everything. Deere recalls being sat in a room with his lawyer, reading the medical records of the children and other records of what happened in the study, while Wakefield's legal team were rushing to get a cab to take them to the courthouse so they could drop the suit and stop him reading it as fast as they could. Deere got
You guys, in a world full of Wakefields, be a deer.
home that night to a call from his lawyer saying the case. New firmware available. Thanks, Windows.
Oh my God, I thought that
Deere
was
got home that
mine.
night to a call from his lawyer telling him the case was over. And as a fun bonus, because of how lawsuits work in the UK, Wakefield had to pay Deere's legal costs. The check for which Deere keeps proudly displayed on his website. But Deere wasn't done yet. Wakefield had just dropped a lawsuit to stop him finding things out.
But in the context of that lawsuit, a great deal of information was disclosed to me by Wakefield's lawyers, and it was quite clear I had to continue.
Deere continued his research and also attended many of the GMC's hearings about Wakefield's conduct, which discussed many of the same records he just dropped a lawsuit to hide. And based on all of this, he put the pieces together and figured out exactly what happened during the study. The result of his work is an absolutely incredible series of articles first published in the British Medical Journal. There's another fucking firmware.
Oh my God,
Why is there so much
off.
firmware? Deere figured out who some of the previously anonymous parents of the children in the study were and showed some of them what the study said about their children, and it turned out the paper was lying. For example, he showed the medical records to the father of child 11.
And he looked at the paper and he just looked at what it said about his own child and he said, "That's not true." And that was one of the parents of one of these children in the paper.
In a correspondence with Deere, he literally wrote,
The Lancet article indicates that autistic symptoms started at 15 months, a week after the MMR, which is completely inaccurate. My son's autistic behavior started 2.5 to 3 months after the MMR, which was administered to him at 15 months. The bottom line is, if my son is indeed patient 11, then the Lancet article made a false assertion that his symptoms set in immediately after the MMR, in service of some attorney's efforts to prove causation that, unbeknownst to me, apparently drove this research.
He told Deere Wakefield had said his son was the 13th child they looked at and wasn't included in the paper, and that's why none of the information in the study seemed to describe his son. According to Brian Deere, Wakefield had rewritten his son's medical history and lied to him to cover it up. And this wasn't the only parent who had their story changed by Wakefield.
Oh my God, I think all those parents should have been entitled to Will Smith slap style of Chris Rock. Like, let him just get one really good slap.
See, for the study to be useful in Barr's lawsuit, they needed to establish a temporal link with the vaccine. Since this is the age autism usually develops, they needed it to be within 14 days, and if possible, even closer. I mean, otherwise it might seem like it was just a coincidence.
Maybe it'd slap a good haircut on
Which
him.
it is, but like child 11, the onset of autism wasn't convenient enough in almost any of the other children. The table suggests that 8 of the 12 children's parents claimed the symptoms happened within 14 days. But according to Brian Deere's reporting from from the medical council hearings, many of the parents never said this, and most of the children's medical records put their symptoms starting way after this time period, with some of them showing symptoms of what could have been autism before they were vaccinated. Almost every child's autistic symptoms either started way too late to be useful in the lawsuit, or way too soon. Wakefield just lied and changed the times and allegations of the parents around until the paper said what he needed it to say. This is the thing that makes so much of what he said during the scare really fucking infuriating. Like, he would constantly bring up how he was just listening to the parents and reporting what they were saying.
He's a fucking liar.
We trust in the parent's story.
If you think there was a problem with my shitty study, you're calling all of those parents liars. How dare you?
When they say
you're
to
the
you,
liar.
I believe my child regressed after
gets
the MMR
worse.
vaccine, do you take that seriously or not? Damn right you do. Damn right you do.
He got all high and mighty about how you need to believe the parents when he had made up most of what the parents had said. And the media fucking ate it up too.
Andrew Wakefield is one of the few doctors to listen to parents who believe their children
He's
were
a
damaged by
pervert
MMR.
too?
He's the only doctor who listens to the lies that he wrote for a lawsuit he was being paid to help with. Fucking hell! Remember that new syndrome Wakefield came up with? Now we know why he did that. To pursue a class action lawsuit against the vaccine's manufacturers and convince a court of the vaccine's danger, to quote a judge, Barr needed it to cause a distinct and specific clinical syndrome. If all the kids just had random bowel disorders, there wouldn't be a clear enough link to the vaccine. But if they all had a fancy new disease, he could argue they were all caused by the same thing. Wakefield invented autistic enterocolitis, which he repeatedly called a genuinely new syndrome in the media, so the lawsuit could justify itself.
Bro, you can't do that. You can't just make up new syndromes without any evidence to back it up, because you're trying to push your bullshit because you're making money off it. A genuinely new syndrome. You know, I'm just going to start doing that, okay? Whenever someone comes in here, I'm going to be like, "Oh, I see. We've got the stupiditis. It's a genuinely new syndrome that affects many first-time chatters in here."
Of course, to do this, all the children's bowel disorders would have to actually look similar enough that they could reasonably be called the same thing. The paper listed 11 of the 12 children having some form of non-specific colitis, creating the illusion that they all had a similar disorder. According to the actual medical records, only 3 of them had any major inflammation whatsoever. The study had a pathologist on board to determine what sort of bowel diseases the children had. When she and her team ruled out colitis in over half of the children, which would obviously have been bad for the lawsuit, Wakefield brought in a second pathologist who had worked with him before to run the tests again. When the second pathologist didn't even make mention of colitis in his reports, Wakefield ignored both of them and just wrote in the paper that 11 of the 12 children had similar non-specific colitis. Wakefield went over the heads of everyone on his team who didn't find any colitis and decided by himself that all the children had a special new gut disorder that causes autism. What the fuck? But that's not all! You know how most of the children in the
How did this motherfucking wanker get away with
study
this?
were diagnosed with a form of autism, and how, like, that's the entire point, that most of them had autism? Like, that's the whole thing? Well, it turns out that some of the children reported as autistic in the study didn't even have autism!
What?
Child 7 was never diagnosed with autism before, during, or after.
What? What the fuck? Oh my god, it really does keep getting worse. It keeps getting worse.
This study. He was referred to the study because child 6, his brother, was diagnosed with autism. Wakefield reported that this child was also autistic and started showing signs of autism 24 hours after being vaccinated. I mean, why not if you're just making shit up, right? Child 12 had also never been given an autism diagnosis. The developmental specialist who diagnosed them said they had an impairment in respect of language, but did not diagnose them with autism. MAYHEM. Wakefield, who, just to remind you, is a gut surgeon with no psychiatric expertise whatsoever, decided this was enough for him to say they were autistic. And since their parents didn't blame the vaccine, he said, loss of speech development and deterioration in language skills noted at 16 months, and made sure to mention the child had MMR at 15 months, just so you know it started soon after the vaccine, even though the parents didn't blame it. Oh, and while he was there, he diagnosed them with chronic non-specific colitis too. You can see why Wakefield dropped his lawsuit as fast as he could when Deere got permission to read these, right? This is likely why he never did the larger study when he was asked to. Once this fraudulent paper was out, all the extra attention and scrutiny he gained would have made it impossible to lie and get away with it again. To this day, no attempt to recreate Wakefield's findings has ever succeeded. The paper that started the obsession with the connection between autism and vaccines was a total fraud, crafted by a lawyer and the opportunistic doctor who he bought. And in the last 20 years, data from millions and millions of children all over the world indicates no link whatsoever. The only paper that came close to showing that link is a study so full of lies that even before it was out, scientists who worked on it were asking to have their names taken off. The paper wasn't just badly made, it wasn't just questionable, it wasn't bold and controversial. It was a lie for money.
And people still will point to this. They will still use this as the basis for their reasoning as to why vaccines cause, or that how vaccines
cause autism. The worst thing about this study was that somehow even that wasn't the worst thing.
What? How? No!
Hey folks, the next section deals with some pretty...
Oh, God! Oh, God almighty. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, before we get into this, let me grab some more water. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Hi, Teeter. Oh my God. It really does get worse.
heavy stuff, so if you're not into
really
stories
does
of
get
child
worse.
abuse, skip to the next chapter.
Oh my God. I've seen this
As
so
we've
many
already
times
explored,
it's difficult to watch
Wakefield
every
was
time.
trying to discover a new disease linking autism and bowel disorders. So, during the study, he did everything he could to find that link. For this reason, each child underwent a rough battery of invasive procedures. The children spent a full week at the hospital, during which they were frequently sedated, given laxatives, had blood samples taken, and then they were given colonoscopies, lumbar punctures where a needle is inserted between the bones of your spine to extract fluid, MRI scans, again under sedation, electroencephalograms where wires and electrodes
Bro, these are the same fucking people who will say that child abuse is vaccinating kids. Holy shit.
run to the patient's head, and a variety of other uncomfortable procedures. A doctor once described this list of tests as a lot even for adults to go through, never mind autistic
Jeff,
children.
thank you for the 9
Now,
months.
there's this thing in medicine called informed consent. Doctors can't just do invasive procedures on people. You have to inform the patient of the potential risks and dangers, and you can only move forward with their approval. In this study, the children were very young, and some of them, emphasis on some, were autistic. This meant the children's parents had to give informed consent for them. Andrew Wakefield wrote a handout to parents to go with the consent form, describing the procedures and their potential risks. Surcare, a human rights organization, acquired a copy of this handout, and while the form does mention almost every procedure Wakefield intended to do, it doesn't mention any of the risks associated with them. I'm serious. The word risk is literally not written anywhere on the form. So let's talk about the risks of some of these procedures. For those of you who don't know, a colonoscopy is when a large tube with a camera in it is inserted through your rectum all the way up into your guts. Normally, this is an important and safe diagnostic procedure. It's the most accurate test for rectal and colon cancer, and this saves a lot of lives. Sorry, I'm going to take a moment and turn this video into a public service announcement for colonoscopies. Get one. I'm being serious. If you're an adult, especially over the age of 45, and you've never had a colonoscopy, please seriously consider getting one. I've lost an uncle and a close friend to bowel cancer at shockingly young ages. It's a really common cause of death, and if they catch it early, it's treatable. Colonoscopies are perfectly safe and often life-saving procedures. But in children whose intestines...
Look, I know that this community has we've got more people over 40 than most communities on Twitch, so PSA to the Quantarage.
Are smaller and weaker and harder to maneuver in, there are risks of serious complications. The scope can puncture the intestine, which causes bacteria from the gut to leak out and cause infection and other serious internal damage. Risks of complications are significantly higher for children 5 years or younger.
We try to be very careful.
Will said he's getting one on stream to raise awareness. No, stop it. Stop.
To come around corners.
And these risks are genuine. As part of the attempts to find more evidence later and follow up on the original 1998 study, a 5-year-old autistic boy was given a colonoscopy that went exceedingly wrong and was left fighting for his life with multiple organ failure after his bowel was perforated in 12 places during the procedure. There was no medical reason this child needed this procedure. He was just being used as a guinea pig to find any proof they could that autistic enterocolitis was real. The Royal Free had to pay almost £500,000, roughly $1 million today, in damages to the boy and his parents for causing lifelong disabilities that required full-time care. His parents reported that when they gave consent, they had not been told of the risks. If this is true, what happened here is an assault. They almost killed this child. And in the 1998 study, they inflicted this procedure on children as young as 3. Wakefield's consent form insists that these procedures are usually tolerated well by children, and that it is entirely painless. It gives zero mention of the very real risks of inserting several feet of a scope into a child. It even says, if your child becomes distressed or the procedure proves too difficult, it will be performed under general anesthetic. The form doesn't mention the risks of this anesthetic either. This normal consent form for a colonoscopy makes incredibly clear that there are risks of perforation and bleeding, and the possible adverse reactions to being sedated too. In case you're watching, Andy, this is what informed consent looks like, you piece of shit. Wakefield...
Like, there are risks getting your eyebrows done, okay? Let alone getting a fucking colonoscopy, especially when you are like 5 years old. Holy shit!
Needed these parents to consent to these procedures. His paycheck was resting on finding something in the bowels of these children that could possibly point to the disease he was trying to invent. So he wrote a handout that conveniently didn't mention how risky some of these procedures actually were. And from other accounts given to Dear about what happened during the study, the children's experiences were far from safe and painless.
Nurses were leaving and saying they didn't like what was being done to these children. Junior doctors were unhappy. It needed 3 people to hold these kids down in some cases just to have blood taken. These are difficult children to explain to what is going on. I feel very sorry for the children who I feel were being abused.
Children were fainting and vomiting and trying to resist the testing. They had to be force-fed some of the fluids required for the tests. They couldn't give one child their lumbar puncture because he was uncontrollably vomiting from all the other procedures that had been done on him, and he was sent home. Another child's lumbar puncture went so badly that he had to be rushed to a different hospital for treatment. If you do stuff like this to kids in your study for no clinically justified reason,
That's child abuse!
Yeah,
Wakefield treated the children as if they had genuine bowel conditions. To that end, almost all of them were given anti-inflammatory drugs for the disorders he'd made up for them. These medications often have an increased risk to children, particularly under the age of 6. The risks of adverse events includes life-threatening complications, including increased bleeding, increased risk of infections, and other severe side effects. Some of these kids had problems communicating, which would make reporting any side effects they were experiencing very difficult, further increasing the risk of severe problems if something went wrong. Considering that barely any of these children actually had bowel disorders, Wakefield was essentially putting children at risk of the side effects of these drugs for no reason, while he looked for proof of the disease he was trying to invent to make a lawsuit look good.
The Medical Council also discovered that during the study, Wakefield gave an experimental drug to one of the children without waiting for approval from an ethics committee. The drug was called dialysable lymphocyte extract transfer factor.
Wait a second.
The paper is a pilot study on the effects of a substance called dialysable lymphocyte extract on children with autism.
Did Wakefield test one of Fudenberg's autism-curing drugs on one of the children in his study? What the fuck?
Thanks, Andy. I'm sure whatever you gave those kids was perfectly safe. I mean, if this genius was behind it.
Where does that come from?
From my bone marrow.
To convince the child's father to agree to let him administer this drug to his child, Wakefield offered him a job as managing director of a company making and selling the drug.
Okay, my producer told me I can't say that. There's no way of proving that happened behind closed doors. So just to clarify, we don't have evidence that Wakefield offered a man a job to give his son a drug. It might just be a coincidence that the father became managing director of a company that would profit from selling the drug if it worked. Maybe he just happened to have equity in the company that would be making the drug that was experimentally given to his child. We will never know for sure how that happened.
Let's just walk through that again. Andrew Wakefield
might have
offered a cushy job to a guy to let him experiment on his kid with a drug that he probably got from a guy who got fired for stealing medical supplies, wasn't a doctor anymore, and thought he could cure autism using his bone marrow. The aristocrats! On top of all of this, during the investigation, the Medical Council found out that during one of his own—
Yo, fuck that dad, okay? Fuck that father.
Children's birthday parties, Andrew Jeremy Wakefield lined up all the other kids at the party and offered them money for their blood.
I have to try and explain this. In order to find any potentially useful evidence for his study for the lawsuit, he needed the blood of non-autistic children so he could compare it and see what he could find. But to get the blood, instead of like putting in a request for non-autistic children's blood, or like calling for volunteers to come to the hospital and give their blood, and without running it past an ethics committee, he offered his children's friends £5 for their blood.
And no, that's not like an allegation that someone might have made up. Wakefield told people that story at a conference in 1999.
When we did this at that party, 2 children fainted, one threw up over his mother.
Oh my god, this guy just gets more evil.
But and people said to me, Andy, you can't do this, people, children won't come back to you.
At the hearing, he claimed to have made up the part about throwing up and fainting for dramatic effect. His best defense of his extremely unethical and weird behavior was that he made some of it up. Shockingly, telling the ethics committee that he was a fucking liar didn't help his case.
Speaking later in an interview, Wakefield defended the birthday party child's blood bribes, saying it was all totally fine.
The only problem was that it did not have an approval from the hospital ethics committee. That does not make it unethical.
He's trying to, actually, a fucking ethics board. After reviewing all of this...
Oh my god, this fucking asshole. He's like, yeah, well, it didn't pass the, it wasn't approved by the ethical committee, and that was the problem, but like, that... or by the hospital committee, but that didn't make it unethical.
2010.
Like me when I just say things. Me, when I do something really bad and I'm like, yeah, but it wasn't bad because I said it wasn't.
The longest inquiry in General Medical Council history concluded that Andrew Wakefield had failed in his duties as a doctor, acted against the interests of his patients, and was, you know, a lying con man. Sorry, that one was me. And he was struck off the medical register, making him no longer able to practice medicine, and officially not a doctor. So whenever someone calls him a doctor in videos now, they're making a mistake. Look, I don't want to single this guy out, but you don't put doctor in his name. He's not a doctor now. Even in the documentary he made about himself in 2016, he can't put doctor in front of his name. He has to put MBBS. Well, we know he's at least one kind of BS, if you know what I'm saying. To quote the council's charges, he showed callous disregard for any distress or pain the children might suffer. That same year, The Lancet finally formally retracted the original study. According to The Lancet's editor, Richard Horton, it was utterly clear, without any ambiguity at all, the statements in the paper were utterly false. Well done, Richard. Here's a round of applause for you. Better too late than never, I guess.
Holy shit.
That's not really an expression, is it? The conclusion of the inquiry is protested by Wakefield's remaining supporters.
We're with Wakefield. Oh my god, these people are like zombies. Where is Wakefield?
While a news crew attempts to interview one of his
Wakefield?
critics, one of his supporters attempts to shout him down and make sure he can't say anything, while another off-screen holds up a book insisting it is they who are being silenced. The irony is, apparently, lost on them. Wakefield appeared before his flock to say this was all completely unjust.
And I invite anyone to examine the contents of these proceedings and come to their own conclusions.
I think we just did. Buddy. Wakefield did lose a lot of his popularity when the extent of his abuse and fraud was made known, but he still had a few dedicated
All hail
fans,
Plankton.
often the parents of autistic children who'd followed him so far that they refused to accept what he did. To Wakefield, these desperate people are the perfect market. I suspect the main reason he turned up in the last few days of his hearing was to advertise the book he'd written all about it on national TV. The book alleges that the medical council hearings are just trying to crush him to protect vaccines. He titled the book Callous Disregard after one of the council's comments about him. It's trying to be an ironic reference, like he's accusing mainstream medicine of callously disregarding the victims of MMR, but I don't think he considered the implications of quoting a doctor pointing out he abused children on the cover of a book with a big picture of his face on it. It's a real if I did it situation. Also in the dedication he thanks his long-suffering wife, who's with him here on the cover. She's not his wife anymore though. I guess she suffered enough, and like separate vaccines before it, Wakefield made sure to recommend his book in every interview he got.
These numbers, the dates were all fabricated to sort of make a case.
Dr. Gupta, please, I urge you, go and read my book.
Oh, introduction by Jenny McCarthy. Awesome.
You will understand it. Many people don't.
Right, like this is why you can't just be like, do research or like go read a book, because this is what they'll go read. They'll go read this shit and be like, I read a book.
Very funny watching him try to sell his merchandise now that everyone knows he's a fraud.
If you read my book, you will be able to read the truth. And has the BMJ read my book? Have the doctors who apparently looked at all the records read my book? No, because the truth is in that book.
Well, sir, I've read Brian Deere's report, which is incredibly extensive. Sir, I'm not here to let you pitch your book. I'm here to have you answer questions.
If you read the record that I have set out in the book, you will see the truth.
But sir, if you're lying, then your book is also a lie.
Wakefield's defense against Brian Deere's allegations, now that suing him to shut him up has failed disastrously, is to say Deere is a hitman paid by vaccine manufacturers to ruin his career.
He is a hitman. He's been brought in to take me down because they are very, very concerned about the adverse reactions to vaccines that are occurring in children.
Wait a minute, sir. Let me just stop you right there.
Right. See, and this is still the argument that's used today with like Fauci and, you know, any other scientists, any other doctors. The anti-vax crowd will be like, they are being paid to lie to you. Like they are making money from your pain. And they never ever consider that the people on their side are doing that. When it's so obvious, when like the grift and the scam becomes so apparent, but people who believe this stuff are so desperate. And so they just buy in all the way. I was in a chiropractor's office for work reasons and they claimed to cure autism. It was wild. You should have been like, yeah, wait, so how? Okay, I have autism. Cure me right now. Let's see. Let's go.
You say he's a hitman and he's been brought in by they. Who is they? Who is he a hitman for?
You know what? I got my problems with Oprah, okay? I got some serious problems.
Independent journalist who's won many
with
awards.
Yeah, he's, you know, who brought this man in? Who is paying this man? I don't know.
Who is behind Brian Deer's reporting? Follow the money. Also, buy my book, please.
Wakefield went on to claim later in the interview that you're being paid by the Association of British Pharmaceutical Industries. Are you?
No, I'm not.
In 2011, New York Times Magazine staff writer Susan Dominus caught up with Wakefield. Though Wakefield presents himself to her as someone whose career was destroyed for going against the dogma that vaccines are safe, Dominus is careful to point out that he does this while signing copies of his book for an enormous line of loyal followers, one of whom is a tearful mother who blames herself for not preventing her child's autism. At the time the article...
Oh my God, that is so fucking depressing. That is so depressing that you have these parents who are like, it's my fault, or I was misled and now my child is disabled. It is very sad, right? Like, here's the thing. Okay, Wakefield, RFK Jr., these motherfuckers who have made a lot of money profiting off of people's distress and people's vulnerability and pain. Fuck them, okay? For these parents, like, on the one hand, I want to say fuck these parents too, but on the other hand, it's like, I understand because we live in a country where if you are disabled, you are faced with so many challenges. It is dangerous. It is dangerous to be disabled. And our political priorities are not at all in making this world accessible for everyone, disabled or not. And so it's like these people are so they're so desperate, and they are directed towards this belief that autistic people are broken people, right? That they are not normal, and so therefore it's bad, and that their lives are going to be so much worse because they are autistic. And in some ways, you know, it's not wrong that their lives will be harder, but that is because of our broken political priorities. That is because we do not have systems that care for, all the people who live under them. And so we have to redirect these, we have to redirect these people who would fall into something like an anti-vax movement, where they see that our political priorities are what are broken, not autistic people. And they understand that, no, you are being misled because there are people who are massively, massively profiting from this. But I really think it starts off with, with removing the stigma of autistic children being broken. But it's difficult to do that when the reality of, if you are autistic in this world, especially if you are a Black autistic child, there was that autistic teen who was shot by police when he was waving a gardening tool around. So there are absolutely dangers. For autistic children, you're more likely to be victimized. It'll be difficult to find employment. So those obstacles are absolutely there if you have autism. But it doesn't mean that if you are autistic that you are a broken person. And so the challenge is in changing in removing the stigma around autism, while also acknowledging our fucked up political system and our fucked up political priorities, and how this world is not, how our society is not doing enough for people who are disabled. It's all a scheme where it convinces the parents it's a horrible thing they should blame themselves for, and then they sell the cure. The psych pediatric pain rehab I went to cost $12,000. Insurance didn't cover it, but they tell parents you'll never recover. Jesus, oh God.
Was written, Wakefield lived in a beautiful house in a reclusive and expensive neighborhood in Austin, Texas, surrounded by many acres of hills and forest.
You can almost believe you're in Tuscany.
he says of The View from his back deck.
Oh my
The
God.
book made him a decent amount of money, as have his many paid speaking engagements at anti-vaccine conferences, where he's lauded as the celebrity
Texas,
who got
of
the
course,
movement
of
started.
course, of
There's the
course.
hundreds of thousands of pounds he got paid to do
My
the
God.
study, of course, and the multiple documentaries about
I
him
will
and his
not
life
Fed
can't have
post.
been
I
too
will
shabby
not
for
Fed
him.
post.
It's genuinely shocking how obviously he's just grifting anti-vaccine people for as much money as he can. His 2016 film, Vaxxed, is available at a discount on his website if you buy it in a pack of 10. Give a copy to your local legislators, educators, and...
Do you know what I think we should do? I think we should do a human centipede of people like Wakefield and see if that fixes anything, you know? Let's get that doctor involved. The doctor who did the human centipedes, and see if maybe that fixes the problem
medical
here.
professionals. Wakefield wants his followers to pay him to
Put 'em
do
all the-
advertising
yeah, make
for
them
him.
all the
When I
middle.
look back at footage of the last day of Wakefield's hearing, I'm inevitably looking back at myself 10 years ago when I saw the same footage live on TV. At the time, I saw these people as Wakefield's defenders, but in a way, they were also his victims. For a
Yes.
decade now, since I was a teenager, I've been thinking about this woman with the sign saying, "Don't stifle uncomfortable science." I remember I first noticed her because I saw her and thought, wait, is she wearing a Playboy scarf? Surely the most uncomfortable thing for these people here must be the possibility the man they're here to defend has lied to them for money. For someone who'd sided with Wakefield during the scare, accepting that he had lied would mean taking on some of the guilt for helping to spread it. One of the worst things about Wakefield's actions is he's made these people complicit. Maybe Wakefield actually cares about these people, maybe not. But either way, their money spends just the same. I wonder how many of these people bought his books or his documentaries. I wonder if any of them stop and think about how they've made him rich. Some of these people are extremely vulnerable, parents of children with disabilities, some of which require full-time care, who fell for Wakefield because he was offering them an explanation for why these things happen. It brings me no joy to tell you, they paid for this view.
We're with Wakefield. Oh. We're with Wakefield. We're with Wakefield. Yeah, I have a question too. Like, honestly, why can you always tell without even reading the signs when people are doing a protest for insane reasons? Like, there's just always something about the signage where you go, oh yeah, no, these people are these people are really fucked in the head, right? Like, do you know what I'm talking about? Where you can just, there's something about the font and the way that they make their signs.
At the end of all this, I ask the eternal question asked of every major fraudster in history. How could someone do all this?
Yeah.
Cause all...
I don't see what is the purpose of thinking of these people as victims. They're harming their children. I have zero empathy for these dumb goals. Well, I think the point being that, like, these are victims of a very broken system, right? Like, we are all victims of these broken systems, and they are very vulnerable people who have been preyed upon by scammers and charlatans and evil motherfuckers like Wakefield. Now, being a victim does not erase your responsibility, right? Like, being someone who was manipulated because of that pre-existing vulnerability, because, you know, I explained how our political priorities are so fucked. Like, that is a reality, that if you are autistic, if you are disabled in this world, that it is not easy to exist. And so it's parents who feel this helplessness that they cannot, that their child doesn't have the care that their child needs. It's just an analysis, not a reason to excuse. Right. So it's not like excusing these parents who join these movements and thereby contribute to the harm, but it's, you know, looking at the whole thing and going, the people like Wakefield, the people like RFK Jr., you know, like those who are the leaders in influencing these very vulnerable people are where, you know, where most of the response should be directed. They are predators. Absolutely. They are predators. And I think it's understanding that like these anti-vaccine beliefs do not happen in a vacuum. They don't happen in isolation. And so we have to like look at the root causes, and we have to treat it very seriously. And we can't do that if we're just writing off all of these people as like psychopaths and just irredeemable. Like, to address root causes is what has to occur. You can't just debunk individual anti-vaccine beliefs. You have to get to the root problems, and it requires understanding that these are people who, like all of us, are, victims of these really predatory capitalist systems. Real human beings. Thank
All
you
this
for the 3
fear
months.
and doubt
Okay, we're almost
that has
done.
led to real, tangible harm against your fellow human
Yes,
beings.
the lack of universal health care leading people to seek alternative medicine and anti-vax bullshit. Yes.
Why would someone do that? Money,
Why
thank you
would
for
someone
watching.
do He just goes, money. Yes, I know Westboro Baptist, yes.
There's probably a lot of people you could blame for anti-vaccine beliefs getting as far as they have. The anxieties people have right now didn't come from nowhere. Wakefield's legacy is built into the very DNA of modern vaccine hesitancy. Or the RNA, am I right? Nice one, Kat. It's very clever. Whenever you try to trace a trend of skepticism about vaccines far enough, it almost always leads back to the fear and anxiety that started in 1998 and the men behind it. Take, for example, Bill Maher. Maher is a proponent of the...
Oh, God, I hate this man so much. I despise real human beings. It's so awful. I'm so sorry. I will bookmark that. Oh my God, I hate him so much.
Possible link between vaccines and autism,
Trigger
and
warning,
frequently has
Jesus.
anti-vaccine activists on his show. Granted, he also has people on who think that's ridiculous, so that's kind of like being fair and balanced. His general stance is that vaccines can be good, but he doesn't really go for them because he's got a better idea.
I am not a germ theory denier. I understand that germs and viruses cause diseases. I may have been a little cocky about it because I discovered from firsthand experience that I could stave them off better with proper nutrition.
If your child dies of measles, it's because he didn't eat his vegetables. Bubonic plague? Skip a trip to McDonald's, sheeple! Throughout the years, Bill has repeated over and over his distrust of vaccines and the possible side effects they might pose. I've tried to find an example of him citing a source or giving some kind of data, but no, it's always this general sense that people think something might be wrong.
There's all these parents who say, I had a normal child, got the vaccine. This story keeps coming up.
Lots of parents are saying stuff, and that's basically evidence. And of course...
This guy, honestly, he is the definition of smarmy, right? You look up the word smug, and it's Bill Maher.
Says the old standout, lots
God,
of people feel
hate
like
him.
me.
I was attacked for saying we should look into this, and I don't believe in it, and lots of people feel the same way.
I've heard a lot of stuff about feelings being more important than facts, so this is basically science, right?
Bill, you having us on the show and rehashing all these problems you got yourself into on your last show, it's like going on a date and talking about your ex-wife.
If an intellectual titan like Bill Maher thinks vaccines might be dangerous, he must believe it for a good reason. I did a lot of digging on this, and I found a time when he made a concrete scientific claim about vaccines. In 2005, he was interviewed on Larry King Live. This isn't footage of that interview, I couldn't find footage of this one, but there is a transcript on the CNN website. During this interview, they discussed the flu shot, which King had been taking for 25 years. Maher tells him the best defense against disease is to have a strong immune system. I guess that's where the proper nutrition comes in, and says that the flu shot is actually bad for your immune system. He cites a strong distrust of what he calls Western medicine, which is a bit of a Eurocentric misnomer. A lot of non-Western countries develop vaccines and other modern medicine, you know? Whatever, he doesn't care. The conversation then turns to the avian flu, which was
He is such a Western-centric son of a
a
bitch,
real
though.
concern at the time. Bill states that he's not worried about bird flu and gives a fascinatingly vague list of reasons why. First of all, It's not going to happen, which was a very clever insight, right up until something like that really did happen. That's why people were worried about it, Bill. Second of all, the fact it is mutating shows that if you did come up with a vaccine tomorrow, it wouldn't be effective against the disease when the disease comes, because the disease is always morphing and mutating. Bill is such a good public speaker. The fact that vaccines actually help stop the disease from spreading and therefore developing those mutations in the first place is lost on him. Well, it was, but he got vaccinated for COVID-19, so clearly he sees the value now. This is attached to an announcement that he got the virus, so this week's show has to be cancelled. Apparently he's asymptomatic and feels fine. So I guess vaccines are pretty good, aren't they? Considering how at-risk unvaccinated 65-year-olds are for this virus.
Oh my god, I forgot he has a star on the Walk of Fame. I should take Farley there someday so we can take a shit on it.
I'm really glad he got vaccinated for his sake, but they should probably just cancel his show completely. I mean, we don't want to risk losing a national treasure. The reality is, a lot of pseudo-libertarian skepticism about Western medicine instantly falls apart the second
Yeah, I said we. Did I stutter?
it has to interact with reality, where people really do die of diseases. For example, the man he is speaking to. Larry King passed away this year of complications from COVID-19. Anyway, Ma tells King that vaccines are just a trick to get money. It's just a way to funnel money into the pharmaceutical companies. Follow the money. You'll find out where the bird flu is. If bird flu had got bad enough, you can guarantee Ma would have paid top dollar for the vaccine. Anyway, the discussion goes downhill even further for Ma when King points out that vaccines are great, and polio was virtually eradicated thanks to vaccination. Bill gives this beautiful reply. Yes, but, you know, there are many books out that will, and I'm not well enough versed on it to talk about it, that will indicate that there are other reasons why it was. And a lot of diseases that have been, they say, whoa, this was eliminated because of a vaccine, they find out, well, no, actually, the country got toilets, and that's what happened. I think Bill really does a good job of summing up a lot of people's beliefs about vaccination here. Ma thinks it's smart.
Bill Maher's the worst type of guy, and he's the type of guy who has always viewed himself as a victim, as unfairly maligned, because he's a guy who just tells it like it is. He just tells the truth. But the truth is that he's just an asshole, right? Bill Maher is not some great truth teller in the sense that he's revealing things that, revealing things to be the truth that others wish to keep hidden. He's not a truth teller. He's not some radical thinker. He's honestly, a lot of times he comes across as a fucking idiot, but he perpetually has this victimhood, this victim complex, and it's like there are a lot of guys like this who really are just assholes, and that's all.
To be skeptical about vaccines right up until there's consequences for himself.
He's creepy as fuck around young women. Of course he is.
But his explanations are all unfounded and unscientific. The best he can say is there's probably books out there that prove he's right. Maybe, but he's not read them. This isn't skepticism. This is ignorance trying to sound like skepticism. To bring it all full circle, it seems like Bill's beliefs about vaccines are really based on that big scare that started in the late 90s. After all, the only factoid he seems to ever be able to remember is that lots of parents said they were bad that one time. And that's not even a fact, that's some opinions he remembers. I'd joke that it's a pity they don't make a vaccine for confirmation bias, but he wouldn't have got it, would he? There is, however, one time in this old interview where he really does attempt to make a scientific claim. He tells Larry that if you get the flu shot more than 5 years in a row, it tenfold increases the risk of getting Alzheimer's. That's a really specific thing to say. Maybe by checking this claim out, we can figure out who he's getting his beliefs from. I looked, and there are actually studies on the impact of vaccination on rates of Alzheimer's. The risk of Alzheimer's goes down. Okay, so this clearly isn't his source. I did some more digging though, and I found that in 1997, at a vaccine conference, in one guy's presentation, he said that a scientist had found that this happens. There's no study cited here, but that's at least a source for Bill's claims. Let's check the doctor's papers and see if we can find out for ourselves. Wait a second, I blurred the scientist's name out by accident. Let me fix that. Dr. Hugh Fudenberg? No matter how you look at it, a vast majority of anti-vaccine rhetoric and pseudoscience can be traced directly back to these two guys. According to a survey of US healthcare professionals in 2016, 77% of parents refusing vaccination for their children still cite a fear of a link with autism. When people refuse medicine for their children, they largely point to the hazy memory of the scare Wakefield started for money. So yeah, it's pretty important to point out they both lost their medical licenses and their science was garbage. And despite being an obvious hack fraud con man, Wakefield is still embraced by the anti-vaccine community. Wakefield was a guest of honor at Conspiracy, the week-long cruise for all kinds of conspiracy.
No, conspiracy. No, shut up. Oh my God. Oh God, where is it? Hold on. Wait. Wait. Okay. Everything is stupid. Everything is so stupid. So stupid. So stupid. Everything is so stupid. Everything is stupid. Everything is so stupid. So stupid. So stupid. Everything is so stupid. Everything is stupid. Everything is so stupid. So stupid. So stupid. What the fuck? I want to die. Everything is so stupid. Everything is so stupid. I want to die. I want to die. Everything is so stupid. We're going to get a lot of play out of this one, yes. Everything is so stupid. Everything is stupid. Everything is so stupid. So stupid. So stupid. Everything is so stupid. Everything is stupid. Everything is. Anyway, that was Yep Boomer. New Blammo by Yep Boomer.
Conspiracy theorists, where believers of all
Sam
stripes
said
gather
that
to
she
share their
changed my
theories about
ringtone
climate
to
change,
that.
the Earth being flat, time travelers, and horses being real. The kind of funny thing is, Wakefield himself seems pretty embarrassed
Need the link.
by this.
Yes, hold on. Let me get it for you guys. There you go. Blammo.
A skeptic who went on the cruise noted how unhappy he looked
He
with the
looks
implication
crazy.
of being
Oh my
a hero
God.
to a community that absolutely loves complete quacks.
The story of my life is basically how to take a perfectly good career
Looks
and
nutty.
flush it down the toilet.
Luckily for Wakefield, the toilet is full of
Freaking
money,
dog.
and all he has to do to get it is lean further and further away from science and deeper into this culture. He's had to pivot to saying all vaccines are dangerous because his new anti-vaccine audience aren't very receptive to the old claim that I'm not anti-vaccine, just one vaccine is dangerous, and I recommend mine instead. I don't think these people would buy a 10-pack of that story. And of course, in the middle of the pandemic that is currently happening, Wakefield emerged from his mansion to remind everyone that a virus that has so far killed over 3 million people is better than being vaccinated against it.
As Nelson Mandela
I'm
said...
sorry, was that Elle McPherson? Was that supermodel Elle McPherson? Elle McPherson. Yep, okay. Supermodel Elle McPherson, who was, if you don't know, known as The Body. Since her 50s, has been increasingly drawn to the wellness industry, of course. And, yeah, I guess she's hanging out. She dated. She dated Andrew Wakefield. Okay, great.
His trial, there
Excellent.
are ideals worth dying for.
Presumably of COVID-19.
I don't want to get too dramatic, but better to die as a free man than live as a slave! I don't think that was too dramatic, do you?
The fact the movement he started is still based almost completely
why does this
on
look
his
like a
lies
mega
is
church
pretty
type of
important to
shit?
point out. And, in fact, it's useful to point it out, because despite how it might look, the truth can be a powerful thing. Once Wakefield got chased out to America and had his medical license taken away, vaccination rates in the UK recovered. I love this because you can basically see the effects of Brian Deer's reporting on a graph. Like, the scare starts and it gets worse and worse and worse, and then Brian Deer's reporting comes out and bam, it's on its way back up. Like, the truth does make a difference. And then, when Wakefield's license was taken away, we went right back up to pre-scare levels. Of course, getting chased out to America meant he started peddling his lies in America, so sorry about that, but it does seem pretty clear that the truth helps people make up their minds about this stuff. Fascinatingly, a lot of Britain seems to remember the MMR scare and the revelation that it was based on lies, and learned a lesson about vaccine alarmism. According to polls of global willingness to take the COVID-19 vaccine, other countries start relatively low, perhaps dimly remembering some people saying vaccines are bad. Then acceptance grows as it becomes increasingly clear the new vaccines are safe. Wait, where's the UK? Well, boys, we're just chilling up here. We've been through this before, you see. That's my British accent. It seems like our past experience with bullshit vaccine scares has inoculated us against future ones. Cat wrote
Real
that
human
line.
beings,
I didn't
thank you
find
for the
the
3
one
months.
weird trick doctors hate to deconverting people from being against vaccines and changing their minds or anything here. All we've really discovered is that if you lay the whole story out like this, people can do a good job of making up their own minds. The actual scientific community works very hard to be receptive to potential side effects. When even the potential possibility maybe of one of the vaccines having side effects came up, the FDA and the CDC briefly recommended not getting it for a while, until later when they checked and were sure it was fine. Vaccine safety is taken extremely seriously by medical scientists and doctors, for obvious reasons. Actually, here's a fun example of how stringent the community is about vaccines. Wakefield's alternative vaccine was based on such bad science, it would never have made it out of clinical trials. The medical work behind it was awful. I mean, one of its authors' names is spelled wrong on page 1. The science on the following pages is roughly what you'd expect from something like that. I think I might actually make a bonus video for patrons just covering this vaccine patent, because it is
Saybax, thank you.
Really,
Welcome in.
Andrew Wakefield was always doomed to end up as a scam artist. He wasn't very good at the science when he was a doctor. All the coronavirus vaccines currently in use...
Dude, you know what? As somebody who is kind of obsessed with scams and scammers, in that, like, I will always read a story or watch a video or whatever. There is a pattern of people who failed in the medical community, right? Like, they weren't very good doctors, or they just couldn't succeed in the medical field in the way that they'd wanted to, where then they turned to scamming.
Have passed tests and checks that his alternative measles vaccine would never have done. Wakefield can pretend he's not going to get the vaccine and appear at health freedom summits that recommend you don't get it, and instead eliminate toxins with only affordable products and cooking hacks. But I certainly hope for his sake that he just gets the vaccine in secret, because otherwise the next cruise is going to have a fucking body count. There is another way the truth can change people's minds. Living proof. If someone thinks the coronavirus vaccines might be dangerous, one of the best ways to help seems to be people around them getting it and showing them how it's fine. In early polls, before a vaccine was out, a lot of people in the USA claimed they were going to hold off until they were sure it was safe, which is a pretty risky decision considering the danger of the virus versus any possible side effects of the vaccine. Like, a third of people who get infected, even if it's minor, are left with long-term complications. Like, long-distance runners are left unable to climb stairs without getting out of breath, people have lost eyesight, people have lost teeth, and of course, a lot of people have died of the disease. But over time, as more and more people did get the vaccine, that by itself changed a lot of minds. The truth is, it was easy in 2020 to have your doubts about a theoretical vaccine that no one had had yet. But now, when half the people around you already have it, and they're obviously fine, it's a whole lot harder to have those doubts. Over time, the people waiting and seeing seem to have decided they've seen enough, and they want what those guys are having. So this is my call to action in case anyone needs it. You should get a COVID vaccine if you can. You know, get one while you're there for your colonoscopy. The vaccine makes life safer for you and reduces the possibility of passing the virus to someone more vulnerable, so you won't have that on your conscience either. I know having a conscience is virtue signaling now, but still, it's a nice bonus. And on top of that, if there are people in your life who could be at risk, who need convincing of the vaccine's safety, you could be the evidence they need. It's amazing.
Have you heard of the Jilly Juice hell scam? Yeah, isn't it that lady who claimed that her juice can cure cancer?
How compelling seeing other people get vaccinated can be. There is, sadly, one concerning thing about the data. There are some people who started out saying no to vaccination and have largely stayed that way.
And
Maybe
that woman
some of
is
them
me.
will budge as more and more people get vaccinated, but there's
Yeah, she
probably a
claimed it could
group
grow
who are
back
so
limbs.
distrustful of vaccines because
She
of
was on
everything
Dr.
we've
Phil.
discussed so far that they
course.
can't have their minds changed even by the hundreds of millions of obviously completely safely vaccinated people all around them. People can invest a lot of ego and pride in not accepting evidence that contradicts their beliefs about the world. And it really doesn't help that there are hundreds of people exactly like Andrew Wakefield who are ready to tell them everything they believe is already true, and they just need to buy their supplements or DVDs or cooking hacks and enable people to convince themselves that they don't need to do any more thinking.
Also, I get thrown off when I see him with hair.
For a small fee, of course. Ah, come on though, comparing Wakefield to Alex Jones, that's a bit much. There's no way Wakefield would stoop to... Have you learned nothing?
Good to have you here with us.
It's great to be here, Alex. Thank you very much.
Changing these people's minds really should be their job, and it's nobody else's fault that they're struggling with it. But I think the future of this kind of discussion resides in finding more compelling ways of communicating the truth to people who aren't
You know
used
who else
to
is
hearing
on
it.
Dr. Phil?
I hope-
Wait, Jank? Jank was on Dr. Phil, or you're just using the emote? What's that bitch saying on Dr. Phil?
hope in some way this video has helped. In the meantime,
Wait,
while we figure out how
he
to...
was? What is he railing about like trans people and I don't know, the woke left? Yeah. Did he go after the extreme
to convince
left?
people who seem committed to being never convinced?
Nice.
At least the vaccine intended for them can go to someone who's sure they want it. Specifically, me. Please send me their vaccine. I was glad they were testing it on the old people first, but it's been months now and I want it. I want to go outside. Be able to go outside. I want to pretend I shop at Waitrose again. I want to use my free football tickets. I want to taunt my former hairdresser with how useless she is to me now and threaten to turn her building back into a research foundation. Give me the vaccine, doctor. Hell, give me all of them. Let me combine their power. Soon I will be unstoppable. It's easy to get depressed and begin to believe that you're basically locked in a room with thousands of fucking...
Is this the part where he gives us hope?
Idiots who are just willing to say
Positivity.
stupid shit constantly, just committed to just being wrong. But actually, the more I think about it, I'm actually locked in a planet with millions of people who do know better than these people, but they're just so busy being depressed like me at them. Maybe the answer here is that we just need to accept that we should put the depression energy into making a difference, into changing the minds of the people who can be, and into doing what we can to improve the state of our world around these people. And just let them be mad and let them continue to be stupid, but in a world where their kids won't die of polio because we got rid of it for them. Good for them. Ignorant little wankers. Because maybe the hard thing to do when we're confronted by the scope of these problems is accept that we really can do something about it. No matter how hopeless things may seem, the world always can get better. And maybe together, someday, we can invent a way of cleaning up this fucking mess in my mum's in my garage.
Well, I would use hyperbole to describe what should be done, but I don't want to get banned. Yo, that was fucking fantastic. That was truly, truly so well done. You know what I love about H-Bomber too? I like that it's not just kind of a general overview on like vaccine misinformation, but he takes a case. He always takes like one specific villain with, you know, with like other villains around them, but focuses on one major villain and the impact that they had on, the impact they had on whatever the subject of the video is. Wait, play the trailer? Yay! Here, if you don't know who H-Bomber is, which is crazy, because I now know who H-Bomber is and I don't know anything about the internet. This is H-Bomber guy.
Hey,
you know
thanks for
what's
watching.
crazy?
That was pretty good, wasn't it? I managed to avoid getting too preachy at the end there. I'd like to thank my patrons whose names are scrolling past.
Do you know what's crazy is like, how does he not have more followers? Subscribers. 1.8 million subscribers. I know that's a lot, but like, he deserves so many. The first YouTube comment, as someone with autism, I vaccinate regularly to increase my power. I was born with autism, but I make sure to get all my shots to make sure I'm always running the latest version. Okay, they got jokes. The H-Bomber video comments, they got jokes. Watching this video 2+ years later, the best joke in the piece being the final line, I will never put this much effort into researching a video ever again. Damn. Yeah, very, very well done. If you're interested in scandals in the scientific community, Bobby Broccoli's videos are great. Bobby Broccoli. Howdy, I do deep dive brockumentaries. Oh, I like that. Deep dive brockumentaries. That's fun. Okay, cool. I'm always loving discovering new YouTubers. Who can watch a 1.5 hour video these days? So classic. I said, I don't know if we're going to watch this whole video, and then we ended up watching the whole video. And damn, it was good. I really didn't expect I did not expect that the focus of the stream tonight would be about vaccines and do they or do they not cause autism? And spoiler alert, no, they do not. If you missed the last couple of hours and you're just watching this part of the VOD, I will save you all of that time. And no, vaccines do not cause autism. Soul Boot, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate ya. By the way, congrats on being in your new place. Looks bright and nice. Thank you. So I'm going to go see Mickey 17, y'all. Sorry to not be streaming longer, but tomorrow night we got everything, okay? Tomorrow night we got it all. Also, I think Will and I might do Split Fiction. If we can get Will's stream up and running, then he has promised me he will play Split Fiction with me, which I'm really excited for. So tomorrow I will give you all my thoughts on Mickey 17. This is like one of my most anticipated movies. I cannot wait to see this fucking movie, and I need to go so I can make this screening. Enjoy the movie. Thank you. I'm very, very excited. Very excited to see it. We'll do a review of that tomorrow. Whatever I didn't get to today, I can give my thoughts on the Lady Gaga album, which I also haven't had a time. I haven't been able to finish yet, but I'm digging it. I'm digging it. Are we on for dinner and a movie? I don't know, because there's still a lot that I haven't unpacked in the kitchen. So maybe not dinner part, movie part. Movie part we will do. Caroline Bro, I never watched any movie you acted or did screenplay for. Can you recommend me one that you're most proud of? Have you seen my music video? Just kidding. I don't know. Have chat recommend. I don't think there's like, you know what? Actually, go watch Peak Season. Peak Season. Yes. Please go watch Peak Season. That's actually a good film. Actually a good film. So where's Peak Season? I think you can rent it on like Amazon. Yeah. Nanny Killer, also a great one. So tomorrow, you guys, do you think I should see Mickey 17 if I miss the first 16? You know what? Yes, I do. IMAX might be worth it. That's what we're seeing it in. So tomorrow I will be going live. I'm going to try to go live around 5. Trying to, now that I'm in my new stream room, ideally my stream start time is 5 o'clock. That is ideal. That has not really happened, but it is ideal for me. Oh my God, launch failure. Oh my God, launch failure. Thank you for the 5 community subs. I appreciate you. So tomorrow we are going to try to go live around 5, and we're going to have a nice long stream. Okay. I'm going to try to do everything, literally everything in the stream. We're going to try to do it all. We're going to try to do it all. Take care of each other, chat. Yes. So, you know, I always like H-Bomber videos because he does end on an optimistic note. And granted, this video is how many years old? 3 years old. And things have gotten a little bit worse, okay? Got a little worse. We've got RFK Jr., the secretary of HHS, and they're trying to like roll back the polio vaccine. But what we need to hold on to is awareness and education and understand the root causes, the root issues, and that's how we attack the misinformation. And when all else fails, Luigi, where you at? I'm just kidding. Free Luigi, he's innocent. He was with me, actually. It's time that I reveal that Luigi is actually my other boyfriend. So he was with me. I've seen this video so many times because all the commentary channels have watched it at some point. Yeah, I'm always probably the last person to watch these vids. I'm last to the party, you know. I'm last to the party. But I think the thing with these videos is like it's good to watch them multiple times. Like I would definitely watch that again to put more of that information in my brain. You are the GOAT, Caroline. Oh, me. We need more leftists who aren't scared of militancy. I will not Fed post. I will not Fed post. Especially not, you know, look what they look what they did to my boy. They massacred my boy, Hassan Piker. Look how they massacred my boy. So no Fed posting, y'all. Okay, even when it's hyperbole, even when it's jokes. It's tough out here, okay? It's tough. Deanie, thank you for that gifted sub. Alrighty, y'all. Okay, I gotta get my ass moving. I like to move it. I am gonna send you guys to Cutie. I will see you tomorrow. Look, we have an emote to avoid the Fed post. Yes, further text redacted. Yes. Okay, so I will see you guys tomorrow. We got the new place. It's very exciting. We will bit by bit make this real cozy, but you know, I'm moving up in the world. I'm moving up. I got my own stream room. We love to see it. And we're going to keep seeing it. I missed the first New Place stream. Oh, how could you? That's okay. I feel like it doesn't really count because it was supposed to be just a test stream. I was literally just going to go live for maybe an hour or two. And then I ended up watching the 2-hour H-Bomber video. Sean, thank you for the 17 months. So it doesn't count. Tomorrow will be the real stream in the new place. So if you missed it, don't even worry about it. All right, you guys. Night-night. That's it from me. I'll be back.